Hello, how's it going? We have a good start of your Friday, whatever time zone you're in. Hi, how's it going? Hi, guys. I see you there. Let me just give you a quick shout out before I do anything else. So, for everybody new here, hi, I'm Agent Solve. I also go by card. I'm a vampiric casino owner. I usually stream indies and that kind of stuff, usually around the weekends. Why? Because they are, innovating, trying new things, experimenting, and keeping the industry fresh. So, we should do the best we can to show support to the little guy. My way of doing it, I showcase them on stream, and throughout the duration of a playthrough, they are also, linked in my details page. Also, aside from aside from the usual stuff, I also have like a special indie stream for Sunday, which is also supporting a really good cause using some indies that are published on itch. This is the link there if you're interested, and also for the usual like D&D no, sorry, not D&D, my brain messed up. The usual indie schedule and kind of what I'm covering currently. Use the indie command, and it gives you all the necessary details with a link to all the popular store pages where you can get the current indie that I'm playing and the previous one that I've covered before. So yeah, you can, even if you've missed it, it's still linked there. But yeah, aside from that, I also on occasion, as I'm doing right now, do some occasional like ttrpg talk, ttrpg themed stuff. Currently, this one is a bit more special. I'm gonna go into details as I'm about to start. And aside from that, I also go through game series, and especially of the influential ones, and also have some chill streams here and there, just playing RPGs or other, collabs or other types of games, I guess. God damn, I really need to get into gear. I'm sick but alive, and don't ask how an undead is sick. I don't understand. Well, I hope you're getting well, Ghost, and you're having a rest, because yeah, getting sick sucks. I mean, to be fair, we're in like, although we're kind of close to the end of spring, but yeah, understandably so, allergy season, all that kind of stuff. To be fair, on my end, it's been really chilly these days. Like today, it's like really started to warm up a bit. So yeah, we kind of had like warm weather, then all of a sudden really cold, then once again we had warm weather. So yeah, that's kind of. I'm pretty sure it wasn't really fun for some people. In my case, I don't know. I've been fine. I just made sure I was nice and cozy. But yeah, aside from that, for my usual stuff, as you can probably see with the graph, my current goal is to reach affiliated. I currently cover all of the bases. The only thing that I still need to kind of acquire is the viewership average, which currently I'm still pushing for that free viewership average that is required for the affiliated stuff. So yeah. But aside from that, the ttrpg stream special this is the one that I'm doing right now. The indie one, I'm gonna do it on Sunday. And the self-intro, I'm gonna see when exactly I can find some time to do it. While the personal bio, it's already posted, as well as the playlist, I already have it as well. You can also check it out using the Tarot Songs command. So yeah, currently yesterday I just updated it with an additional song. So currently there are 2 songs on it. So yeah, I think that kind of covers it. I don't think I have anything else to mention. Hello there, how's it going? Hoping you have a nice Friday, whatever time zone you're in. Hope you're enjoying your stay here. I already kind of did a bit of an intro, but hi, if you haven't caught up, I'm Agent Solve. I also go by card. I do indies, ttrpg stuff, other style of games, either on my own or collabing with other peeps. So hope you enjoy your stay, have fun. Friday GMT time here. Oh, okay, so around the same time zone as me. I'm East European time zone, so yeah. Oh, and hi there, Link. How's it going? Let me also give you a quick shout out. You're speaking a tad fast. I'm sorry, that's kind of my nature. I'm gonna try it and slow it down. usually, you know, the intro stuff and that kind of thing, I just want to get on with it because I'm doing it, you know, every time, and you know, don't want to necessarily bog it down. Maybe I should find a way to shorten it and just keep it slow on that end. It also could be because I'm caffeinated. I just recently had a coffee, so yeah. It could also be that. It happens. But I'll try to slow it down a bit and speak a bit more clearly. I'm still getting used to it, and I'm still trying to get used to kind of like a more of an, I don't know how to say it, like broadcast entertainment kind of voice. I don't know, something that, you know, is clear and easy to understand here. Oh, hello there. Thank you so much for the follow, and also hi there, Hungry Kobold. How you doing? Having a nice Friday, whatever time zone you're in, enjoying your time. Good old radio podcast voice. Yep. Also, yeah, that's totally okay, Blink. You can totally lurk. I appreciate the support either way, be it, you know, just lurking, because, you know, lurkers are appreciated here. They're the backbones of every stream, you know, and not everybody has to chat in and just join in, have discussions and all that kind of stuff. If you just want to have some background noise or just hear me, you know, yap around like random stuff, or like me just hyper fixating on certain things, then go ahead. But yeah, to come back to Kobold, yeah, I'm doing fine. I'm having a nice Friday evening in my case. But you know, I hope it also is a nice day for you, and you know, hope you're enjoying your stay here. So yeah, I think that kind of covers it. So yeah, to kind of go a bit into details what I'm gonna do today. I wanted this to be kind of a special-ish ttrpg stream, as I mentioned, as it's part of the affiliated goal, like my kind of reward tier. Oh, that's what are we creating for? A new campaign or to enjoy the thrill? It's more, yes, about kind of enjoying the thrill of character creation. This stream is a bit more special because it's kind of a way of me showing my appreciation for the VTuber community. I've made it a post like at the beginning of the week on both Blue Sky and Twitter. Actually, let me just show it here, where, you know, people could just link their VTuber personas, and I'm just gonna create a character based on that and whatever details they've offered me, and with whatever time I have left, because I'm planning to at the very least be a 6-hour-ish long stream. Maybe I'm also gonna do some homebrew inspired stuff with those characters. Maybe in some cases, you know, I'm gonna look at a character, be like, maybe you don't have a race that fits you, or maybe some subclass doesn't have the features that I'm looking for, so maybe I'm gonna change them on the go. Of course, I'm not gonna go too into detail because my homebrewing process could be a bit lengthy, and I like to be thorough with those kind of things, and I don't necessarily want to bog it down. And who knows, maybe I'll do some other stuff. I think those gave me like an interesting idea of maybe do some like dungeon theme ideas of what this character would have as maybe as a dungeon, or maybe figure out like a party composition between them. We'll see. I'm also kind of improving it and doing it as I go. I try to figure out kind of a formula or find some way how to do it outside of just simply creating a character. It's gonna be a bit scuffed, I'm gonna be honest, because unfortunately the only viable character creator that is available online is D&D Beyond, and I don't have all of the content on the platform. I have some of it, and some of it is also physical. So, but it's a good starting point because I'm gonna give you an example. This is a character that I had on my D&D Beyond character sheet. No worries, it's not a spoiler or anything. This is just a random character I made. So I'm basically gonna use the character creator on D&D Beyond, then get the PDF, and whatever info that I don't have on D&D Beyond, I'm just gonna add it directly on the editable PDF, just as a so I don't necessarily get myself bogged down with all the maths and all that kind of stuff. So I'm just gonna keep myself with a character builder, and I'm gonna have a few whatever I have digital I'm gonna use as reference. If I don't have anything digital, I'm just gonna go and pull up some of my books. Yeah, that's kind of how it's gonna go. But before we start getting into some VTuber stuff, even though D&D is the more, especially 5th edition, is the more popular TTRPG, is I think the most popular TTRPG even currently, I'm pretty sure most people know it, but I do want to go quickly through the bases when it comes to character creation. If there's anybody new here, it might not necessarily be too familiar. And I'm gonna make like an example character of myself first, and then we're gonna jump into doing the people that made the submissions. And again, I'm gonna use the character creation tool on D&D Beyond, and then do whatever edits I find after the fact. I make a random myself character on D&D Beyond, just finished creating a rogue centaur character. I don't know how visually it would work. Hey, why not? Maybe it could be. Maybe he can disguise as a horse. Maybe he has like a maybe the upper half. He has like a horse costume for the upper half. That's how he does it. Why there's a horse in the middle of a room in a castle? I don't know, but it's just a horse. It could work, you know. You know, random characters, you know, have random solutions. Yeah. So yeah, let's well, I like the idea that just gaslighting people, think they're seeing stuff. Yeah, I'm not here. You're just imagining. I think I saw like a clip of somebody. I think it was an orc rogue with full-on intimidation, with like the idea that he wasn't stealthing, he was just intimidating everybody he met. That you didn't see me, you just move along. You could probably do that. But yeah, let's begin a build. I already have like kind of an idea where I want to go with. So for anybody new, and I'm just gonna pull off the blank character sheet, because I also have that. So there are like three main things, like three main components when it comes to D&D and creating characters. Of course I'm gonna quickly go through the process, through the explanation, because it's a bit lengthy, it's gonna take a while, and you know, if you have any other kind of questions, I'm just gonna pull off the player handbook and just look for more specifics there. But there are like three main components. They are the race, the class, and the background. Those are like the three main things that kind of create your character as a concept, first and foremost. The way I personally like to do it is kind of either think of a kind of a race class combo. I'm the type of player and the type of DM that prefers mechanical storytelling, like you know, featured mechanics also are part of the character and are part of the story. Like they have those abilities for a reason, not necessarily just for the pure, you know, I'm using these because, you know, they have a purpose in the combat or whatever encounter, be it social, you know, exploratory or anything of that sense. And, you know, after that, with those kind of combos, then I kind of start cascading into a bit more like what would be their background, what's more about them as a character, those kinds of things. I start with some mechanical concepts usually that kind of tell me more about their story, or what they would be, I don't know, maybe even as a profession or, you know, individual, and then, you know, expand further. Funny thing how I work backwards with my character, going from background, class, then race. Yeah, that can also work. There's no like true method. Everybody has their own ways of doing it. Some people come up with a theme or a kind of story concept, and then from that point on they choose the rest. They don't even start, you know, looking into the actual character sheet components. So yeah, you have the race, which usually on let me just pull the D&D Beyond stuff. Oh, sorry, my bad. That's actually in the character creator. I mean, I have not navigated D&D Beyond in a while, because I'll be fair, it's been a long time since I actually played D&D. But yeah, I'm just gonna go to the core rulebooks. You have like, you know, the usual like fantasy races: dwarf, elf, gnome, halfling, half-orc, human, tiefling, and dragonborn. Of course, the more you go into the kind of expanded content, the more you get out of them. But I'm not necessarily gonna go into details. Usually when you're choosing a race, they kind of give you they have something called racial traits, which usually give you like some kind of ability score benefit. They might have a few abilities here and there, like racial abilities, and maybe some other aspects. Usually their main components represent when you choose a race, usually that will affect your speed, whatever character score bonuses you might get. In some cases, maybe HP, maybe that kind of stuff. Of course, it's kind of case by case. But then, more than anything, it can also affect stuff like languages, maybe some additional proficiencies, maybe some skill proficiencies, if not necessarily tool ones or weapon wise, because they're not necessarily that kind of a thing. Then you have the class, which is kind of the thing that would affect most of the stuff here, like what kind of proficiencies you're gonna have, like as saving throws. Saving throws are usually rolls that you made to prevent yourself from area of effect attacks. Class is also gonna give you an options of which skills you could be proficient in. Being proficient in a skill basically means that you'll get a higher bonus, because you have something called the proficiency bonus, that scale that increases as you level up. You start with a +2, and by level 17, if I remember correctly, you get up to a maximum of a +6. Hit points are also determined by the class, basically depending on which class you are. You have something called a hit point, a hit die, and that die will determine the amount of hit points you have. At level 1, you're gonna have the maximum amount, which depending on the class would be 12, 6, 8, depending on the die. And many other features, spellcast rates, all that kind of thing, it's covered by the class. And then you also have something called a background. The background is going to be mostly the flavor when it comes to your character as a backstory. Backgrounds also offer you some sort of an ability. In D&D, they're a bit more niche than in some other systems, and are a bit more situational. But with a good DM, they might be able to kind of broaden it up and find other ways to utilize that ability. But aside from that, they also offer you additional proficiencies and that kind of thing. Classes are also the element that will determine I think, equipment, what you have like as starting items. So yeah, overall, kind of the class will affect most of the stuff. Background has a few additional elements, and race will offer you some additional modifiers here and there, and additional benefits depending. But overall, the class will be the main factor that's gonna affect most of the elements here in the character sheet. And then ability score, I think I'm gonna go, maybe for the fun of it, I'm just gonna do some actual rolled stats instead of the standard array. And if people want to, we can jump into standard array, because who knows, maybe we'll get some interesting stats by it. Of course, I'm gonna go by the rule of I roll the stats and then I choose where to put them. I'm not mean. But yeah, I'm also gonna explain it as I go. I just wanted to quickly cover it. So yeah, let's jump into making as kind of a test. Let's make myself as a character. So then we just go Adrian solve. I don't think I have an icon. Oh, thank you so much for the follow, Hungry Cobalt. I appreciate it. The support is truly appreciated. Let's see. Do I have? I know for a fact I'm gonna go Dan Fear, so maybe I'll use a Curse of Strahd icon. Let me see. There was one that was a vampire. I don't remember which one was it. I remember seeing it in the campaign, because I've been in a Curse of Strahd campaign. Come on, am I really? Actually, I'm gonna leave it for later. I'm just gonna Magic the Gathering, Eberron. Yeah, I'm gonna have all of it. The select Minecraft content. Oh yeah, the Minecraft stuff. To be fair, I don't think I have anything, because I never got like Grim Hollow, Drakenheim, Humblewood. It's been a while. Optional class features, yes. Customized origins. Those are like Tasha additional options when it comes to character creation, but I have them, so why not? Keep milestone. Hit points are gonna be fixed. I'm not necessarily gonna roll them. Fits multi-class requirements. Yeah, I think that covers with the settings. Okay, so I don't think I have access now. I don't have access to the damn Fear, because that was digital content from a friend of mine. So I'll just go just to have something instead of it, probably gonna go custom lineage. Oh, I actually have the Shadrakai. It's close enough. It's a Shadow Elf. I don't think I have anything else. Nah. Actually, no, I'll go custom lineage. Because to be fair, the Amphier was also like a special lineage anyway, so I think it's basically in the same range. Choose race. With custom lineage, you can basically custom lineage is an optional given by Tasha, one of the extra Corsair rule books, where basically race doesn't matter. It can be whatever visually speaking, but mechanically you'll have this kind of general rule. You'll choose which size you are, medium or small. This doesn't have too much of an impact, a lot of impact game wise. I think as a small creature you might not be able to use certain heavy weapons, if I remember correctly. But aside from that, I don't think the movement speed is no longer affected. I think they kind of removed themselves from that. Variable trait, I'm gonna choose Dark Vision. And oh, actually, let me do a setting. Let me just remove homebrew content, because that's a lot of the stuff that I've done, and I don't necessarily want to fill it here. Let's see. Well, let's go Shadow Touched. I'll choose Charisma. And let's go with Sphere, why not? Now here comes the kind of the important choice, which will be the class that's gonna affect everything. Overall, I'm gonna be a Warlock. So that's gonna be the class. When you start as a Warlock, your D8 your hit dice is a D8. Basically, you know, my max. Basically, when determining for each level up, I'll use a D8. I'll roll a D8 for the HP. And the way it works, after the first level, because at first level you have the max amount, you gain an additional D8 for each level up. You roll that D8 and you add it to your maximum hit points, and you also add whatever additional modifiers, that being Constitution, that's also is added up to your max hit points. Some DMs have different rules on how you determine max HP. The fixed rule basically goes with the average, in this case being 5. I also go with the personal rule. If it's below half of if it's in the lower half, as a result you just get the average. Like for example, if you, let's put it in this way, if you get a D8, I roll it and I get a 3, you just get 4 instead. If you roll above it, it's fine. Basically, you can't have more than half of the, you can't have less than half of the result. That's usually my personal rule when it comes to HP, because I know it kind of sucks when you get 1 or 2 as you know, an HP increase, especially with some of the squishier classes. Yeah, Warlocks are proficient in light armor and simple weapons. I'm gonna choose oops, not Deception, I want to choose Arcana. And they get 2 proficiency skills. You can choose between Arcana, Deception, History, Intimidation, Investigation, Nature, and Religion. And they also get saving throw proficiencies in Wisdom and Charisma. And I'm also gonna, I think I'll choose Investigation, why not? And as a patron for this one, thankfully I had it from the get-go, Pact of the Fiend. That was the one I wanted to go to anyways. As optional features, I mean, I'm selecting it, but in In D&D Beyond, this doesn't affect anything from what I remember. Eldritch versatility, I'm not gonna complicate myself with this one. It just basically allows me to swap spells here at certain levels. And warlocks are also a spellcast, so spellcaster, sorry. So they add 2 cantrips and 2 known spells. For spells, I'm gonna take Green Flame Blade because I'm gonna be more of a melee kind of character. I'm gonna I mean, to be fair, I'm a warlock. I should at the very least have the good old Eldritch Blast, so why not? And for spells, I'll get, I already have Fear from my Shadow Touch, so I'll get being a melee combatant, Armor of Agathis is gonna be really good. And also Hex is gonna work, right? Yeah, why not? Let's also get Hex. I'm not gonna go too much into the details with the spells and all that kind of stuff here. Maybe I'm gonna be a bit more explaining when I'm creating the other VTubers, where to kind of explain why I'm choosing that. Then after you choose the class, you determine your ability score. So let's go with, to be fair, I'm just gonna go with standard array with this one. So I'm gonna cap my charisma. Dex is gonna be next. I should be somewhat decent in constitution, a bit more on the intelligence side, wisdom, general, and I'm just gonna dump strength because this character is not necessarily strength focused. You know, a melee warlock usually, kind of focuses between charisma and dex because those are like the most important ones, especially because dex is a really loaded stat, because you get benefits for armor class. A lot of the saving throws for spells are dexterities. You know, it also benefits with any kind of finesse weapon when it comes to attack rolls. So yeah, and charisma because that's my spellcasting modifier. I'm gonna increase by 2 my charisma. Why not? Languages, I'm just gonna go, why not, Elvish. And as background, I'll just pick entertainer. Why not? I have acrobatics, performance, a disguise kit, and oh, this one was just the instrument entertainer. For a second, I thought there was also the gaming set. Which one had a gaming set as a? Is it criminal and spy? Yeah, it was criminal and spy. Oh yeah, I forgot there's also a gambler one. Okay, I'll choose gambler and go with playing cards. If I remember, I forgot from what the gambler was as a. And oh yeah, second, I'm also pick infernal as being a pact of the fiend. And for suggested characteristics, I'm not sure if I'm gonna go into this. Nah. These, for anybody that doesn't know, when you choose a background, you also have this section called suggested characteristics. Are basically a list of basically concepts or ideas that could help you out with fleshing out your background. Of course, you can if you want, you can use them. If you want, you can ignore them depending on whatever you want. There, they can also be a point of inspiration. Like you can see this list and maybe find kind of a sentence of your own. These are also a good way to kind of have as a reference for your character. Whenever it comes, you're at the point where you're making a decision, but you're not necessarily fully sure what exactly your PC would incline into. Maybe the suggested characteristics can give you an idea the ones that you've selected at the very least. But overall, that kind of covers it. Because yeah, it's doesn't matter. I'm not gonna bother with the equipment. Also choosing equipment, I'll take a simple weapon. Short sword was no longer, oh yeah, it was not a simple weapon. And I'll go a dagger. An arcane focus. I'm just gonna use an. I'm just gonna do it like this. I'm probably gonna, because you know, depending on what you want, you could be flavored. And a scholar pack, why not? The packs usually determine what kind of starting equipment you have, because they have like a list. You know, which you can be useful for your adventuring career, depending on what you want. And oh, I was already getting 2 daggers, I forgot. So maybe I should change this to something else. Let me try, let's see. Yeah, let's go spear. And here, let's go with a light crossbow, why not? I have a playing card set, add starting equipment. And now if you view our character sheet, this is basically our character. These are our stats. These are the saving throw bonuses. The passive senses. My general like proficiencies as well as skill proficiencies. And also let me just quickly equip a few weapons. There we go. These are the my general equipment for, you know, when it comes to combat. Not really great when it comes to attacking. I literally do 0 damage because I have a -1. And yes, these are the spells. Armor cause fear, hex, invisibility. I'm not gonna jump too much into like actually fully building it, because I could go into it. Maybe if we have more time, I'm gonna do that, but just gonna leave it as it is. Because now, from this point, I'm just gonna export it as a PDF. Let me just copy the link. Because yeah, I can make a few quick changes before going. I'm gonna choose Damfear because I don't have it. And you know, for references, if I want to jump into stuff that I don't have available digitally, I'm gonna use the companion app, I'm gonna call it. I do want to emphasize this. But it's, you know, this website is intended for easy accessible digital references for products you already own. Please make sure that you know, follow your laws. I'm not encouraging anything. I'm showing this website. It's your idea what you want to do with it. So I think it was right here. There we go. I have dark vision. I'm gonna keep that. I have vampiric bite. Let's see, because also this with this character I'm also doing like a quick test run to see if it's easy to just quickly edit the character instead of just jumping into it. Let's see. Can I choose a? Did I choose a feat? I know I choose a feat. It shows weirdly. Oh, it's here. It's fine. Oh yeah, I can have it here. Vampiric. Oops. Vampiric bite. I remember correctly, it's natural weapons that uses my constitution modifier, so in that case I'm gonna be it's a +1 and I'm proficient in it, so it's a +3. It's a 1d4 if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I don't think I'm missing anything because the rest of it are just details I'm gonna do afterwards. If I'm not mistaken, it's 1d4 +1 because this uses my constitution modifier bonus. Where did I jump into? There we go. And I'm just gonna use the notes and put it somewhere else. I think I'm gonna put it here instead of the feet. Hello, thank you so much for the follow, I appreciate it. If you wanna, you know, hope you're having a nice day, whatever time zone you're in. You know, if you wanna chat, you can chat. If you wanna just lurk around and hear me, you know, talk about D&D or that kind of stuff, you can do that. Also, although I forgot to mention, what kind of homebrew are we working on? I haven't started yet. I'm just gonna quickly do like a quick edit of this character sheet. For anybody that's just jump in, this is a kind of a special stream where I'm doing like some VTuber inspired like character creation for people who've submitted it on my social posts. But after I'm doing that, after I'm finishing that, if at certain points I'm inspired, I might do some in the moment or after the fact like quick homebrew alterations, or maybe even do some like monster inspired versions of the characters, like monster stat inspired. Or if not, in some cases maybe just have like a quick discussion like what exactly would this character be like if it was a monster, what kind of dungeon they would be, or like themes they have, those kinds of things. Would be just like kind of on the go quick improv, and you know, maybe create like a special race, or maybe do some subclass alteration. Nothing too complex, as you know, in me personally, my homebrew process can be a bit lengthy. I like to be a bit thorough and detailed about it, and I don't necessarily want to prolong this too much and just basically focus too much on one character, because it can even take me hours depending on how wild I go with an idea. But that's kind of what I'm going. I just did like a quick test run of doing basically what if I did myself as a character first and foremost before I jumped into anybody else, because unfortunately when it comes to character building, the only kind of viable option is D&D Beyond. I don't have all of the digital content, and I kind of wanted to have as much as available as I can. So in certain aspects, I'm probably just gonna jump into doing some PDF with modifications here and there where I can. If not, I'm just probably gonna keep it simple and, you know, quickly run through the character creation process. But hey, I see how I do it as I will, you know, we'll change it as we go. I'll be honest, it's a bit of an improv on my end as well. I wasn't fully sure how exactly to structure it, as unfortunately D&D, they're not necessarily too lenient when it comes to having their content public online without proper licenses and that kind of thing, or being paid, compared to other ttrpg systems. I'm not gonna name names. If I was a bit more familiar with stuff like Pathfinder, maybe I would have done that, but unfortunately I'm not too familiar. To make a character there would take me a bit longer. Because I would love to, because to be fair, I would enjoy Pathfinder a lot more, because it's a bit more complex when it comes to character creation. You get about a lot more details in a character than maybe you can in D&D. But I'm not necessarily judging D&D. The simplicity of it, it's really good. But you know, this is just coming from like a personal kind of a perspective. I do like a bit of complexity, not too crunchy, not necessarily want to get myself bogged down, but you know, I like adding details. I think I've mentioned I've added the vampiric bite. I don't think I've Languages, it's kind of the same, so I'm not changing that. Oh, I'm just also adding these two. Because overall Damphir functions kind of the same way as it does with the custom lineage, only instead of having a feat, I have like 2 special abilities. So maybe remove this. I think that works. And also let me quickly remove this. Because technically in this version I do not have I don't have the feat anymore. I probably should not have added it from the get-go, but oh well, it happens. But yeah, overall, I think we can just simply use the character builder on D&D Beyond kind of as a basis, and then after the fact, I'm just gonna jump into like some quick character sheet modifications. Yeah, why not? Let's just start with the first one. From the, if I'm not mistaken, I think only the Blue Sky post had some submissions. Let me double check if there's any update on the Twitter one. Oh, which also I do want to mention for anybody jumping in who, you know, is part of the community, or also mentioning if you have like an Oshi or something like that. I'm also open to that in case you're not a VTuber. I don't necessarily want to, you know, rule anybody out. You can still make a submission. You can still mention it. I can still do it. You know, I just did it in advance, some mostly just to help me out and kind of get me to get an idea what exactly to do with this. But you can still do it now because I don't have like a ton of submissions, so I still can add a few more. Yeah, let's jump with the first one. I'm just gonna go from here as they are shown in the post. There's no like particular order, so we're going first with caramel toffee. Yeah. I do wanna. I'm putting it on a separate tab because I'm not sure how comfortable everybody is to showing their, you know, details about them. I'm just, you know, they're gonna be what it's mentioned here in the post. It's what I'm gonna show. Yes, their description, overworked and highly caffeinated VTuber. From what because I've seen, I'm just gonna say them because I'm not sure, and I don't want to assume. I've seen them around. They're more in the kind of voiceover work stuff. So, okay, so you're made of cake and you work for the government. So let's see what kind of character you'd be. Made of cake. I mean, as a race, I could have an idea. But I don't want to, you know, make cop-outs and always choose, like, when you do something a bit more wacky, be like, oh, it's just a custom lineage and you are what you are. I have an idea. I forgot what it was called. What if Toffee is I don't see it because I know for a fact I don't have the digital content for it. Am I blind? Yes. Ah, there it is. Isn't that your candy? Slime could be some form of a candy, so why not be a plasmoid? Plasmoids, oh yeah, they utilize kind of the general like custom lineage of a +2 and a +1. Or apparently, choose 3 different +1s. I think that's new. I don't know. It can be small or medium. They're an ooze type, but you know, we can just flavor it here. And you look human. You look humanoid, and as you know, you somehow like as close as possible to represent a human, but in stats terms, you are a plasmoid. You're amorphous. You can squeeze yourself through any space. You have dark vision. You can hold your breath. Natural resilience. You have shape self, which is as an action you can reshape your body to give yourself a head or one or two arms, one or two legs, and makeshift hands and feet, so you can revert to a limbless blob. While you make a human-like shape, you can wear clothing, armor, and made of your humanoid size. As a bonus action, you can extrude a pseudopod that is up to 6 inches wide and 10 feet long, and reabsorb 10 feet long, or reabsorb it into your body as part of the same bonus action. You can use this pseudopod to manipulate an object, open or close doors and containers, or pick up or set down a tiny object. It contains no sensory organs and can't attack or activate magic items or lift more than 10 pounds. So technically it's not a full-on additional limb. It has some limb characteristics. So yeah, let's go with this one as plasmoid. Let me just jump back into the character builder, just because I don't want to mess up the... I'm gonna put it close here, just so I have it. Caramel toffee. I'm gonna keep all of this as it is. Let's see, change race. I think I'm gonna keep custom lineage, but I'm gonna remove the feet so it doesn't bother me when it comes to selection. Dark vision remains as a thing. You're humanoid as, so I'm gonna say medium size. Unfortunately, you only get a +2 to an ability score here. Yeah, I'm not sure if there was an option where you can get +2 and a +1. Was it a variant human? Let me check. Variant human. Now the ability score is increased by 1. It's kind of... I don't think there's like an official one aside from those, so we're gonna keep custom lineage. Keep race. I'm just gonna remove the feet so it doesn't bother us. Now, as a class. Hi there, Pumpkin, how's it going? Having a nice Friday? What am I doing? I'm starting the special like ttrpg stream. As I mentioned, I made a post like at the beginning of the week. You know, most of the kind of as a thank you note to the VTuber community. Anybody that wants to, they can make a submission of their VTuber character, and I'm gonna make them as a character in D&D 5th edition, using whatever content I have available or whatever I can find, usually mostly official. But if I have an inspiration here and there, I'm also gonna make some homebrews based on it. Maybe, or either homebrews based on the characters, like maybe I'm gonna make changes on the race or some changes in the subclass features. If not, maybe I'm just gonna, after the fact, after finishing character creation, maybe make a monster stat, do that kind of thing. You know, do some homebrew, just, you know, homebrew like on the spot kind of stuff. And, you know, if you all want to participate, you can participate. Also, even for those who are not necessarily in the scene or like are not VTubers themselves, if they want to, they can make a request of something like, hey, of an Oshi or something like that, if they want to. And that's totally fine, because I don't necessarily want people to feel left out, but you know, you can participate in the process if you want to. And of course, after the fact, probably a post stream, I'm gonna refine the character sheets a bit and just then post them on the socials, kind of as a reply to everybody who submitted. So yeah, I'm vibing playing Helldivers 2 with a friend, and another may join later. Well, good luck on you on liberating some more. I haven't gotten... I think I've played yesterday a bit. Haven't had the time to do it today. Was a bit tired, so I just chose to kind of rest for a bit. So yeah, okay, now let's jump into what class you would be. You say you work for the government. I think I know what think I can start. Actually, let's start with the background, because I think the background is going to be a better point of origin. Let's remove this so it doesn't bother me. Because if you work for the government, I would say Knight could be a thing. Option. Spy could be another option. Ooh, City Watch Investigator. Let's see. That could work. A knight is an obvious one when it comes to, like, you know, being a government. It's a lot more like role-playing heavy, because it's basically you have to build this lore about, like, you're a knight, okay, but to who do you serve, how did you get your title, all that kind of stuff, which is pretty cool, I'm not gonna say. Actually, is there like any stuff in here that would be interesting to look at? City Watch, Clan Crafter, Baldur's Gate themes of the base ones. Actually, yeah, why not? Let's say City Watch Investigator. You serve the community where you grew up in, setting as its fine first line of defense against crime. You aren't a soldier directing your gaze outward at possible enemies. Instead, your service to your hometown was to help the police and its populace, protecting citizenry, lawbreakers. And let's give you investigation skills. And I'm gonna keep a bit with the languages. So if you're something more of an investigator, what if I would say let's go rogue, because I think I know what class I can. Let's bump you up to level 3 just so you also have the subclass. I think I'm gonna make everyone, like, at the very least level 3, just so everybody has a subclass and they're a bit more refined. Do I have it available? I do not. But yeah, as a subclass, I think I'm gonna go with the Inquisitive Rogue. Let's go classes. Rogue. Inquisitive. There it is. But just so I have something here kind of as a placeholder, let's put assassin. Maybe not assassin, because I don't want to. Yeah, let's go. Just something as a placeholder. So because you're a rogue, I will. Oh, little Apple Blossom, thank you so much for the raid. Hey, hello there, raiders. How's it going? How you doing? Let me quickly give you a shout out. What were you doing? Have you had some fun on the stream? Actually, we're Dungeons & Dragons. What exactly were you doing? Like having a session, having a discussion? What exactly? I'm down for a discussion. Small raid today. Hi everyone. We're orbiting some celebrity NPCs. Ah, I see. Well, I'm doing vaguely something similar. In my case, I'm creating some VTuber inspired like characters, and with some extra time, and which I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have. I'm probably also gonna turn them into maybe some monster stats here and there if I have an inspiration. Maybe I'm gonna homebrew some like races for them. Just do some quick like on the fly kind of extra content. But yeah, for all of you new here, hi, I'm Adrian Solf. I also go by Card. You can call me however you prefer. It doesn't bother me. I usually stream indie games, ttrpg content, usually mostly discussing them, but I'm gonna participate in a Hunter the Reckoning campaign starting on Monday on Ghost channel's Ghost Plays VT's channel. I'm gonna be there as one of the Hunter players. I'm also, you know, just generally going through game series, or occasionally like chilling and playing RPGs or maybe collabing here and there with friends. But yeah, I mostly cover indies, and I also like to go through ttrpgs. That's kind of my main thing, aside from just doing some occasional gaming here and there. For those kind of details, you know, I also have like different commands, although it just popped up here, so there's no reason for me to do it when it comes to my indie stuff. So yeah, hope you enjoy. If you want to do any kind of after stream, you know, self-care, that kind of a stuff, I totally understand. I appreciate the support either way. It's wonderful to have you and your community here, and you know, don't worry about, you know, whole small raid today and anything like that. To me, number doesn't matter, but I appreciate the show of support. And you know, as probably you've seen the graph next to me, my current goals right now is to kind of push to affiliated. I've reached most of the requirements. I'm still pushing for that viewership average to get to that free average per month. So yeah, once I do that, I'm also going to do like a special like affiliated stream. All of the special streams are actually scheduled for this week that are mentioned here on the graph. Today is the actual special ttrpg stream, and on Sunday I'm going to do the special indie showcase with some itch.io games. What's your thought on homebrewing a race? I have nothing against it, if that's what you mean, but usually homebrewing a race, the way I see it, it's either something kind of concept that you don't see represented here in the game, or maybe you have some kind of an idea that you want to change, or you know, bring your own. For example, let me just quickly, because thankfully a lot of the homebrew that I've done, it's actually here in my on D&D Beyond. A lot of it, I don't think I've let me just go with races, filter creations. Like for example, I can give you one example. I had an ASMR for one of my Curse of Strats campaigns, but I wanted to do something different. I was like, what if the ASMR didn't have an angelic guide, but instead has been corrupted, or has in some way been influenced by an infernal entity instead? So in quotation marks, they've been corrupted, because the fallen ASMR is basically an ASMR without a guide, an ASMR that basically lost themselves. So I wanted something different, and I've made this kind of alteration, of course, with the DM approval. Nothing that I've done was without their approval. I've mostly kept everything the same. Usually when it comes to homebrewing a race, maybe look at how, you know, like current design philosophies are with the game system, either recent or old, and that's kind of my process of doing it. Is I'm kind of keeping myself in line. So I'm not making them neither too powerful or, you know, too underpowered. And if I'm using like some kind of existing race as a point of inspiration, that's kind of their template. And here, you know, the ASMR was the template, and how I've kind of changed it. So I made like a few alterations here and there. For example, one of the alterations I made is the Fiendish Resistance. Instead of having the Fire and Radiant, the Necrotic and Radiant Resistance, or I think there was another one. It was like a I think it was Necrotic Rate or Radiant. I don't think it had more than that. I chose to have Fire and Necrotic, because in my case, being more connected to a fiend and no longer connected to something divine, the Radiant Resistance no longer made sense. Flame Barrier is basically a redesigned version of their kind of healing hands, or I think it was Healing Touch. I forgot exactly the actual name of it. Where instead of actually healing, you offer 1d4 temporary hit points to a creature, including yourself. I've also changed the class also had like a starting cantrip. I've changed that to be Control Flames, and I made sure like Charisma is the spellcasting ability for it. I think in some cases I've used as a template the original ASMR, not the reworked version of it, the current Mordekainen, like Tom's Tom of Foes, or not Tom of Foes, Mordenkainen's Monsters of the Multiverse, because I have that book. You know, I changed the language from Infernal to the original, which was Celestial, and I've also changed the SMR's transformation. I just some quick, of course, aside from, you know, the flavored text. You can levitate 10 feet. You can disengage as a bonus action, and you ignore difficult terrain. And for the duration of the transformation, any creature that you attack, they take additional fire damage equal to your proficiency bonus. And additionally, actually no, when a creature attacks you for the first time, they take additional fire damage equal to your proficiency bonus. And once per turn, you can deal extra fire damage to one target. That fire damage is again equal to your proficiency bonus. Basically, it's more of a so kind of the damage scales as you progress. Because one of the things that I've seen with D&D that's in some aspects it's not necessarily well represented, or at the very least could have been well represented. Proficiency is a good way to kind of have like this built-in kind of progression with certain abilities, especially when it comes to classes or feats, because in that way they still become viable even later in later levels. Because there's the usual issue that certain abilities become, you know, underpowered or underutilized after a certain point, just because they no longer match the power level of whatever encounters you're doing. So this is like one approach when it comes to homebrewing a race. Depending on what you want to show as a theme, they could be a purely slightly reworked version of an existing race, or if you want, you can just go full on and do something completely different. Like what I did here with the Nephilim. I'm gonna preface, it's in no way balanced. I've not fully I think I've made it a long time ago, and there is no, which to me Nephilim was kind of an interesting combination. I kind of inspired myself with Darksiders with this one, I'll be honest. It was kind of a combination between Asimars and Tieflings, and kind of had like elements of both. Like they have dual resistances. They are resistant to fire and radiant damage, which, you know, they're already pretty good resistances to have. And they have prestidigitation as a they have a spell feature as well as a transformation feature. Although I've made something a bit more unique with this one. I've actually transformed the alignment, which is mostly in other races just a simple suggestion in what is the usual alignment of a specific race. Here I made it kind of more as also has a mechanical aspect. Nephilims are more of a, in the way I homebrewed them, are more chaotic. They somehow, both the divine and the fiendish nature that they have, it's kind of always at odds, and basically kind of constantly has this internal fight of dominance. And basically their alignment shifts each day depending on which side is dominant, and based on the dominant side, their transformation is different. Of course, it's a bit of a weird homebrew, because I personally, if I were to ever use this or allow this to be for a player of mine, it has to be a player that you know, plays well when it comes to alignment, because I know alignment can be a weird topic and sometimes controversial topic when it comes to role play and that kind of a thing. And, you know, especially when discussing like role playing an evil character, maybe overall the party is not necessarily evil inclined. But, you know, I thought this interesting idea of what if alignment was mechanical, had some kind of mechanical, and also the way it kind of worked, because I did want to keep a bit of agency. Basically, the player has to make a wisdom saving throw in order to figure out if their alignment swaps or not. Basically, if they fail the saving throw, their alignment shifts randomly between one of these two choices. Otherwise, I think they are kept at their current alignment if they don't want to. I think you know, I could also rule it that they can choose to fail it if they want to, and of course with some mentions here and there. Oh yeah, I think I mentioned that if they're in the neutral transformation, I think they can choose. Yeah, if your alignment is true neutral, you can basically choose in which of the transformations you go into. Otherwise, it's basically determined by each of them. And both transformations are kind of again, have elements of the ASMR transformation, but at the same time they have some elements of the tiefling racial features. So they're interesting combo. Again, this is not something I've tested. This is just something I had like as an idea that I just wanted to work out there, because it actually kind of evolved from my initial concept of the corrupted ASMR. That's kind of how I went with it. And also probably see this, the Abyssal Tiefling. This is actually based on a homebrew. Oh, not a homebrew, an Arcana that was already existing. I just basically created it. I just made it here as a possible option for some players if they for my party if they wanted to have it. Which basically overall functions the same as a sim Tiefling. They just have a hit point maximum increase depending on their level. And as when it comes to their spell list, similar to Tieflings, they have an available spell list, but the thing is, it changes after a long rest, because I think that's how the Unearthed Arcana was initially functioning. I think I simplified it a bit. I don't think I kept it as the Unearthed Arcana was showcasing it. Oh yeah, I think I simplified it in the sense that you get one of the lists, one of the options here. I don't think you choose each of them. Because I think the weird thing on that one was basically you were rolling for each leveled spell, while in here you roll just for one of the lists available here. And depending on which level you are, that's the spells you're gonna have available. If you're level 1, you're just gonna have available one spell from this list, depending on which you rolled. If you're level 2, you're gonna have the 2 from that list, or again, when you're level 3, you have 3 of that list, and so on. Oh, not level 3, sorry, level 5. Because these are like the leveled spells, not the level, not the character level. But yeah, I have nothing against it. They are worth, you know, implementing, especially if you have like homebrew settings or anything of that kind of nature. They're like totally fine to have them as part of the game. Because like even here, let me double check. Race wise, you have a lot of variants, but you know, many of them kind of go into similar themes. I mean, you have the goblinoids, you have the orc stuff, or you know, you have just simple classical fantasy trope races. Maybe you want to do something a bit more unique, maybe a bit out there. Maybe you want to do something more, you know, folklore inspired by, you know, some kind of more obscure folkloric like creature or tale or something like that. Or you know, you just simply want to reflavor it. In my opinion, it's free game, as long as, you know, it doesn't if you're talking mechanically, it's not necessarily overpowered. That's totally fine in my book. Yeah, I think let's jump in. Let's continue to finishing the Coffee's character. So because you're working with the government, I would say that you would have a bit more skills when it comes to actual like social elements. I would say, yeah, perception, and you know, you're a bit more quick-witted, so I would say, yeah, perception, intimidation. I would say maybe even persuasion. Let's say, why not, being an investigator. These two are already already selected for the background, so I'm not gonna select them again. And maybe, yeah, well, you're a rogue, let's go stealth. And proficiency wise, I would say let's go with investigation and perception. Why not? These two are, to be fair, having expertise in these two skills, it's really powerful for anybody who doesn't know what the expertise does. Basically, as it mentions here, your proficiency proficiency bonus is double. Basically, if you have like a +2 to your proficiency, instead of adding +2 to your skill, you add a +4. That's basically it. Which, to be fair, gets really crazy at higher levels. So yeah, I think that kind of covers this. The abilities. So, actually, let me just clear them out. I think I'm just gonna simply use the standard array. Initially, I thought I would probably gonna do rolls, but I'm gonna probably keep it to standard array just so it's simpler. Let's go with high dex. You're in the government, I would say you have some decent knowledge, constitution, in my opinion, should with every character at either 0 or something above 0. Never dump constitution. That's a bad idea. I would say 13 charisma, maybe, you know, because you. Although, you know, this one I would say it's interchangeable, however you prefer. But, you know, you're a rogue, you're not necessarily strength focus. And ability wise, let's say not charisma. Well, you're an inquisitive rogue. Actually, no, wait, I forgot. Because you're an inquisitive rogue, let me just. And to be fair, wisdom is a bit better than. So I'm just gonna do that and improve your wisdom overall. Actually, let me also add the bonus modifier. Where is it? Because yeah, I'm increasing your. And I'm also going to increase your dex with an additional 1. So it's a 16. So you have a +3 to both constitution and wisdom. And language wise, considering that you are kind of government focused, I would say that you know some of the more common like racial tongues. So let's go Dwarvish, Dracon, Elvish, and let's say Gnomish, why not? Some of the more common races. And equipment wise, ooh, do I have a fast clear? No, I don't. Yeah, that's gonna be the fun part when I have to clear everything here, because I'm past my character creation limit and I don't have a sub for D&D Beyond. I've removed it a long time ago. Reasons, look at the this is weird, I don't know why it's like this. Look at the OGL fiasco that happened like a year ago. More than a year ago actually, now at this point. Basically that I decided to, maybe I should expand myself into other stuff, and you know, my D&D passion maybe should be kept a bit more in the physical realm more than anything than necessarily digital. Or at the very least use other options, because currently there is one additional option. Let me actually just quickly mention it, because Demiplane has announced that they also gonna have a D&D character focus stuff. Games. Huh? Don't mention it here. All games. Oh, 5th edition. Yeah, they're also gonna have start to have, you know, 5th edition content. From what I've seen so far, it's mostly third-party stuff. I think aside from the basic rule books and probably the SRD that is now Creative Commons, I'm not sure if they're gonna have any content outside of it from the origin, from the, you know, official sources. I have no idea. But yeah, soonish, I don't know exactly when. Demiplane, it's also gonna offer an option for character creation, which I'm gonna be excited because competition is good, keeps the market healthy, and you know, and make sure that, you know, companies don't make greedy decisions because they are the sole monopoly of it, like the OGL was. Just because they were the only digital platform when it came to D&D, that doesn't mean that it justified their decision to, you know, mess with the third-party creators. But yeah, that's not nor here nor there. Don't want to necessarily talk about that kind of subject too much. Would Toffee have more of a rapier or more of a short sword? I would say let's go short sword. Oops. Why not the short bow options? I would say an explorer's pack, as you know, they are more of a rogue in the sense that, you know, they have like the street smarts and that kind of thing, but not necessarily other aspects. And also rogues works really well if you're, you know, a government worker and you go into the kind of political angle. You could say you're a politician, and to be fair, a rogue politician works a lot. better. Okay, you have a uniform in the style of your unit, indicative of your rank, a horn with which to summon help, and a set of manacles. Okay, add starting equipment. Let's see what's next. Let's see the character sheet. Let me close this. So that's toffee. Let's quickly add some items here and there. Yeah, and let's export it to PDF. And let me add the actual changes. That's weird. Your character. Wait a minute, what's wrong here? Yeah, this worked. Wait, the character builder is a bit wonky with me now. Oh, actually, let me also put the steady aim. Why not? Because that's a good ability. What's next? Let's see, export to PDF. Click to download. What the fuck? Come on, D&D Beyond, don't be like this. Are you for real? Are you really gonna mess around with me? And I've right back, the internet cut out after I followed. It happens. Hopefully that was not like necessarily a bad omen. Also, let me... Apparently D&D Beyond is a bit fucky with me because it does not want to export the updated PDF because I'm limited in how many characters I can create because I'm already at the max characters, and thankfully I was able to free up a slot. But apparently the downloadable version does not want to update. It just keeps it at the also, I'm doing this off screen just so you know, because I don't honestly want to. Are you for real now? How the hell am I supposed to add all of this stuff now? Because I don't necessarily want to add everything manually, because that's gonna take a while and I don't want to bother. What's next? Export to PDF. Download. Come on, man, are you serious? View all characters. Let's see, maybe it needs to be a bit jerry-rigged. Maybe it needs... Yeah, D&D is Beyond is really fucky sometimes. And it really annoys me because there's no like other easy way to create a character at the moment until Demiplane releases their own character tool, like character creation tool. And you know, I don't want to spend too much time actually adding everything manually. That's kind of why I wanted to use D&D Beyond to some of the stuff, at the very least what I have digitally available, to already have it added here, and I add anything else additionally manually. But why can't you update the PDF with the character that I want? I think it takes a while to update, maybe. But how do I... Oh. Actually, let me look at something. Can I add it manually somehow? Like in here? No, it's not as editable as I wanted, because I could have just simply added it here in the features and traits if the game allowed me. If the tool allowed me, but I don't think I can. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Okay, let me try again. Go to Builder. Export to PDF. Download. Come on, man. I have an idea, actually. Let me go to my character list. I could do something, although I don't necessarily like it. every time I'm creating a character, I export it, then I delete it, then I create a new one, then I delete it, then I create a new one. Not gonna lie, I like character creation on D&D Beyond. I nearly have to. Believe me, let me. I know what you mean. I mean, I have a few myself, so yeah, I understand that. But currently, I don't have the sub on, and I don't plan to resub. Because I'm not actively playing in any campaign or anything like that, so there's no reason for me to share content at the moment. So that's kind of the thing, and I'm kind of stuck with the 6 character limit. And some of the characters that are currently active are characters that are having campaigns. And I don't want to delete them because you never know, maybe I'll continue that campaign. That's what I wish to say, but I don't think it'll ever happen. I think I know which one to delete. Here, you go to... I never used it actually, so delete. Go to the void. There we go. So now I can create a character. I'm gonna speedrun the Toffee's character again, so let me just, oops. Actually, let me just make sure that I don't confuse them afterwards. Characters. Let me just hit this. Oh, sorry, delete. Start building. Come on. Speed running time. Down Toffee. Remove homebrew content just because that's mostly my homebrew stuff and I don't necessarily want to. Although, no, forget it. Because some of it is like Critical Role stuff, like third-party stuff. I'm just gonna keep it within the official stuff because if I get too crazy with it, you know, I'm just gonna lose myself in a lot of options. Let me go with custom lineage. I'm not gonna choose a feat. I'm gonna keep medium and dark vision because that's what the plasmoids have. And I'm gonna add the rest of the details after the fact. Rogue. Let's bump it to level 3. Actually, before I add anything else, let me make sure that I have the investigator background. Add investigation. I said that it's dwarvish, gnomish. Let's also say elvish. Class. I said that it's mostly social skills as being some kind of government entity, but yeah, out of all of the characters, just taking a look at them, I can easily remember their backstories and the idea behind them. Yeah, to be fair, in my case, it's similar to me as well. Like, in some cases, they are like a backstory character. In other cases, they are just, you know, this has like this like weirdly fun mechanical thing that I want to try out at some point, and I just created it for the heck of it. Like, for example, I have a bugbear polar master fighter because with a sentinel feat, because I was like, this build is mean. I can just basically hit people and they can't reach me ever because I have a 15 feet reach, melee reach with a spear because I'm a bugbear, and I have sentinel and polar master feat, so anybody that comes into my melee range is just gonna be stopped at 15 feet of me and they can't attack me. Yeah, it's a weird combination of either a character idea or just a weird like mechanical concept that I wanted to build. Something, one of the two. Actually, no, I actually wanted perception, persuasion, deception, stealth. That works. And I wanted investigation and perception. I have a rogue who is basically a combat med dashing around the battlefield, healing their allies with medical kits. Honestly, I had a concept, I haven't not worked on it yet, that actually of a rogue subclass that is actually a healer. I kind of wanted to play around like somehow sneak attack, the sneak attack dice are somehow like a resource for healing. But I had this kind of idea of kind of a, but more specifically kind of this kind of underground, kind of more like a underbelly type physician you know, where aside from also healing you, they also offer you options, because there is like a spell, I forgot the name of it. I think it was Deadly Riposte or something like that, where you basically can make one of your character almost look like they're dead, but they're not actually dead. It's just the spell's effect makes them look like they're dead. And I was like, for like an underbelly medic, like doctor, that would have a lot of uses. Some people, you know, hire, you know, in those kind of scenes, people hire for that kind of stuff. Ah, feign death, thank you. That was yeah, that was the spell. Because yeah, I think it would mechanically, initially I think it followed the template of the Shadow Monk, like how it had like a mechanical resource to cast spells, but maybe I'm gonna change it to somehow be like similar to, maybe use their sneak attack as a resource, or their sneak attack can also represent a resource pool, not necessarily their actual damage dice. I have not fully like figured it out, but I would like to work on that idea at some point, because I do have like some subclass ideas here and there that I want to work on them. Okay, so it was Thief, just so I can quickly edit the class feature afterwards. Abilities. I mentioned that this was gonna be Wisdom, Standard Array, Dex. No, actually this one. Dex. 14 Wisdom, 13 Intelligence, 12 Con, and Charisma, 8 Strength. And I'm also add the modifier from starting now, because they have a +2 and a +1 as a plasmoid, or a +1 to free stats. And I have everything here. Equipment, short sword, short bow and a quiver, explorer pack, add starting equipment. What's next? Let me see the character sheet first. Also created a rogue who's a soul knife subclass who works as a military assassin, who uses his psi knife to kill targets without showing any damaging marks, not knowing where it comes from. Yeah, a lot of interesting themes you can create with those kinds of things. DM even let me have the sharpshooter feat because I only use them as a throwing knife. To be fair, that's nasty. Sharpshooter feat plus that, yeah. You're basically, yeah, you are a full-on assassin, like that doesn't really show any sign. Although, at some point, maybe your DM is gonna be mischievous and be like, okay, I'm gonna have some kind of psionic investigator on your ass. You know, there's gonna be a turning point sometime. You never know. Okay, so now let's see. Click to download. There we go. I'm gonna leave the player name blank. It has most of the stuff here because I don't think the let me go back to plasmoid. Because, you know, because Toffee is like this kind of, they are made of candy. I was like, what if it's a candy plasmoid, like a slime candy kind of creature? That sounds kind of fun. Again, I cannot see it. There it is. So, wrong PDF. I made an Intellect Devourer explode because I got a nat 20 hit with a throwing knife while using the sharpshooter feat, and he determined the amount of side damage with that brain just caused it to go boom. You just mind blown the creature. That's what you did. Okay, so where is the race traits? Okay, creature type. You are an ooze. Best thing is my gnome also has like spider crime boots who he has. So he was on the roof throwing the knives. Ah, I see, even. You never know where is coming from, but he's there. Okay, ability score. There is no feat. Don't know what's the variable trait should represent. Let me oh, actually there was like something here. Oh yeah, let me quickly change this to plasmoid. There we go. I'm just gonna copy and paste the info. I'm just gonna polish it and all that kind of stuff after the fact, just because, you know, I don't want to be bogged down here with the aesthetics. But I'm gonna post them after the fact on socials for everybody who submitted this. So there we go. You hold your breath. I think it was a bit too much text. Let me just remove this, keep it like so. Shape self. And also let me add the amorphous. The thing is, it was a one-shot set like 100 years in the future for our current campaign because the player couldn't make it that day, so we... Oh, yeah, that's kind of... Oh, that's nice. A good way to do it. I think we've done something similar. Yeah, I think my DM, because we had like a homebrew campaign, but mostly because they kind of wanted to take like a quick break. They decided like, within the same setting, let's just make a one-shot with our like previous characters from the previous campaign, because they were like connected in this homebrew world. And just make them at slightly higher levels, and just have like a quick like mini adventure. In my case, I was my Curse of Strahd character, because technically the person that was DMing was actually DMing for the party where I was a DM. So, you know, and so basically we replaced his character with my own character, and you know, well, to be fair, that Curse of Strahd character also kind of was connected with that homebrew setting, so it worked in the long run. But with that, we did some similar stuff as well, which is always nice to, you know, either as a break or, you know, when stuff happens, and, you know, usually with scheduling and that kind of stuff, you know, just do something different. Okay, I did the shape self. Roguish archetype, it's inquisitive. The war my character was part of is over by the time the one shot, but he is still being set out to take out targets who slip through the gaps. I see. Interesting. Okay, so one option is it was here. Oh boy. So I have ear of deceit. Deceit. I'm just gonna copy this one. I'm not gonna give all of the info. Not a level. I think it was up to this point. Okay, wisdom check 2. Determine a line creature. Creature has a D8. We also have the eye for detail. His code name was Dream Strike because also his targets just look like they died in their sleep. I see. I for detail. Can use a bonus action. Why not? Yeah, the Inquisitive Socrates is really nice. I thought it was like a good fit. I mean, the Canon topic didn't give me a lot of info, but you know, there's kind of, I work for the government, I guess. And you know, I chose kind of the Plasmoid. I feel like Plasmoid and Rogue would work, and the Inquisitive kind of goes there, especially because I went with the Investigator background. This is one of the cases where the background helped me out with, you know, figuring out the rest, because I wasn't fully sure what exactly to choose as a class. And you know, kind of how from the Investigator going into the Inquisitive Rogue is a good fit. And you know, being a Plasmoid gives you a lot of options when it comes to stealthing around, infiltrating, and all that kind of stuff. Although you'll probably have to deal with a lot of people that really like candy if you're like a candy Plasmoid. And the last one is Insightful Fighting. Let me also do that. I'm just copying the format, but you know, the fine details I'll finish after the fact. I'm probably gonna post them at some point later down the line. Now, I'm not sure if I'm gonna do it right after the stream because it might be a bit of a detail work, but soon-ish. Okay. As a bonus action, I'm just gonna copy the important info. Of course, it takes over a lot of text, so let me just... Yeah, let's just take this from here, put it here, just so it doesn't necessarily fill the text. Boom. And that should be it. So here we have Sophie with a base 16 wisdom, 16 dexterity. So already as an Inquisitive you have good starting stats and a decent intelligence. It's a +1, but you know, work on that. You know, good insight. I think you have you have proficiency. I should have probably put expertise in insight now that I think about it. Actually, I think I can just quickly modify it now. Change here expertise, and instead of a +5 it's a +7, and yeah, I'm just gonna remove it from investigation and just keep it as a proficiency, so it's a +5. There we go, that fixed it. So basically, so Toffee being a Plasmoid, which is already like the best a good benefit. They can, apart from being a actually, let me just, how can I, what? Hold up. Oh, I think I'm stuck in the, I can no longer add text. Let me, probably that's the issue, maybe? Yeah, that was it. You're a candy. Let's put this note, you're a candy ooze. And maybe put it here, candy Plasmoid. Candy Plasmoid. It's mostly for flavor, although we could add something neat about it. Like, also remember, note to self, don't press enter, because it doesn't necessarily need to press enter. Maybe we could add like a fun effect to it. If you're a candy Plasmoid, because on baseline As a plasmoid, you have dark vision. You can hold your breath for 1 hour. You have resistance to acid and poisons, and have advantage on saving throw against being poisoned. Organs and I think it's a weird leftover from the previous text. I'm just gonna again, the fine tuning and editing I'm gonna do afterwards. You're amorphous, so basically you can squeeze through objects. So as a rogue, that's even a good benefit. And you can shape yourself in any kind of humanoid shape. I'm gonna flavor it here and mention it as you can also kind of vaguely disguise yourself as an actual human. Maybe that's actually the first thing that let's do this actually, because I have an caramel toffee. So plasmoid, candy plasmoid home. So for the candy plasmoid homebrew as creature type. Basically what I'm gonna do with the homebrews, I'm just gonna add notes, but maybe after the fact I'm gonna actually full on homebrew it and just post it later on. But I'm just gonna put the notes here outside of actually having them in the character creation. So you're gonna be a candy ooze. I would say for the shape self ability, let me just copy it from here. That's why not. That's damn it. Paste without formatting. There we go. I bold it. Yeah, feature type. Actually, let's also put this into a more heading. There we go. Actually, that should not have been part of the heading. Normal text. You have to be like this. There we go. Creature type. You have the actual. Let's call it. I'll keep the name. I'll think of something clever after the fact. As an action, you can reshape your body to give yourself to can reshape your body to give yourself and visual. And let's just add the note and visually look like a humanoid creature of a different race. Let me just bold this so I know for a fact that this is added by me. Or you can revert while you have this. Yes, you can wear all this as a bonus action. You can extrude a pseudopod, but I would like to add like some kind of, you're out of candy, so I would maybe add something extra. By the way, all of the homebrews I'm doing right now, it's in no way, shape, or form doing the effort to make sure that everything is balanced or anything of that sort. So I'm just gonna go with it and see how it goes. I'm not intending to keep it as too balanced. If it gets crazy, it gets crazy. How should I call this? Let's call it sweet. I refer to the plasma character to be a water elemental. Ooh, nice. To be fair, it kind of worked. Honestly, Plasmoid, depending on how you want to do it, you can take any of the existing slimes and be like the base, the template for it. Candy Ooze is a cute creature type. Yeah, let's call it like maybe Sweet Tooth. Why not? Let's say as a action. that's not gonna lie, I was gonna say that, you know, have a sweet smell all the time. That was actually the idea. But I'm thinking on it because I kind of wanted to make it as a kind of a weird kind of honestly semi benefit, semi hindrance, like semi handicap. Like they put me at this kind of candy like smell, so I was like actually, yeah, creatures within, let's say, 10 feet must make a wisdom saving throw. Let's say DC, I'm gonna keep it basic, let's say DC 13. I'll figure it out if I'm gonna actually scale it or not, or just keep it like a flat. On a fail, I'm thinking if I should make it more social or more combat focused. Because the plasmoid already has a lot of utility and some combat, a lot of utility options. On a fail, I'm either thinking like either the creatures focus on you because you have this kind of sweet smell, and you kind of attract them. Attract them. I'm still thinking. Let me look a bit of the character, get an idea a bit. So, actually, yeah, let's keep it combat focus, I think. Like on a fail. Also, I may make this antidote enemy creatures within. Let's, although, you know, actually, let's say, you know, allied creatures. Why not? Whatever creature. I'm gonna think of the fine details after the fact. Let's say creatures within 10 feet must make a wisdom saving throw. Also, let me just put this because, you know. And on a fail, they fail all attack rolls that are not against you. Against, I know how to write. Against you. Fail. Actually, they have a -2 to all attack rolls that are not against you. So basically, they are too distracted by your smell. So they, so you know, they can't focus on anybody else aside from you. So yeah, let's keep it like this. Due to all attack rolls that are not against you. Yeah, the player's point water elemental is a divine soul sorcerer. Due to they originally was the water elemental, but a storm at sea and getting thrown overboard, the god of the ocean came to them, asked them if they would wish to be saved, but without letting him finish, he just said yes. So the god reshaped him in a sense, but because of water. But as the water now serves them it's like a warlock, they would, but not bound by a contract. I see. Interesting. Yeah, that's actually a cool. It's a cool concept. You know, becoming. They've turned into an ooze because they didn't let the divine being finish. You I offer your life back, but in return you don't get. You get to be an ooze. So I think currently I think that's the only addition I'm gonna make to it. I was also maybe thinking something like perception wise, or like because they technically notice you, maybe because they sense you, but I'll figure those details out later on. They have natural resilience, so they have resistance to acid and poison. I'm gonna keep it like this. I'm not gonna modify it too much. Even though there's not it'll be funny if maybe the water vulnerability would have been kind of funny, but there's no such thing as water damage. I guess you could justify it like something like, I don't know, lightning or something like that, but there's no like actual, or ice damage maybe, but not really. But yeah, they're a candy plasmoid, and they're also an inquisitive rogue, meaning that aside from having sneak attack and all that cool stuff, actually I'm gonna go through here because it's a lot easier. Huh? Does it not work here? Why don't I have the fucking... Go. Manage. Character settings. Oh no, not character settings, sorry. I have the Underdark mode set by default. Why the hell? Anyhow. Bludgeoning is what the stuff does, aka water spells. But yeah, all of their spells are just water based to fit the theme. Bludgeoning. To be fair, I had like a similar concept. I had actually a concept of a storm sorcerer. She was a changeling actually. She lost kind of her memory. She doesn't know how exactly she was blessed with these powers, but yeah, the idea that she was also kind of like storm and water theme, like she had like water, storm, and like thunder abilities. Like most of the spells in her list were that. And of course with the elemental adept and all those kind of extra feats that increase those bonuses. Not gonna lie, I could even ask DMs if I play a character that in hot areas my character would take health damage in hot area, because yeah, evaporation, but in cold areas I get more melee damage, but movement speed is lowered. Yeah, that's like cool elements that you can, you know, build here and there. Yeah, being a rogue, you get sneak attack, thief scan, you have the canning action for, you know, dashing, disengaging, or for the hide action. I'm not gonna mention these because these are not important, these are thief related. But being an inquisitive, Toffee can make a insight check to determine if a creature is lying, and treat any roll that is lower than a roll that is a 7 or lower as an 8. So from the start, any kind of a insight check is already insane. And to be fair, with expertise in insight already, they can't really fail at that. Eye for detail allows you to make a perception check to spot a hidden creature or an object. Oh yeah, you can use basically perception and investigation as a bonus action now. And also you have insightful fighting. If you do an insight check, add a contested charisma deception check. On a success, you can benefit from sneak attack even without having an ally next to you or requiring advantage. As long as you do not have disadvantage. So yeah, with an expertise of on insight with a +7, yeah, that's in many cases kind of a guarantee that you're gonna cover that. But yeah, I think this is overall Caramel Toffee's character. So let me just download it with changes. Let's say Caramel Toffee PC and save it. Yeah, the homebrew details and all that kind of stuff I'm gonna add later on, but I just made notes of it here just to keep me track. Who knows, maybe I'll add some other stuff, maybe I'll be inspired and modify it a bit and here and there, but you know, we'll see. So let's jump into the next one, which is somebody that I already know. With we're gonna do Ghost model. You know, she's a ghost kitsune, more kind of connected with nature and all that kind of stuff. And I think it's, yeah, to be fair, it's neat to have those kind of environmental elements here and there. That's kind of neat. You know, I like when, you know, when both as a DM and with the DM and the player, you kind of collaborate. Like, hey, look, I have this aspect about my character. Maybe in this kind of situation and environments, things could work out like this. That's always fun. She consumes souls to get stronger and generally hates anyone who wants to disrupt natural places. So already I have like 2 things in mind. I have 2 of them in mind right now. Class-wise, a phantom rogue would be interesting, because you actually literally collect echoes of those who died, because you can literally utilize the power of souls to immediately deal extra sneak attack damage to a creature. Basically, when you do sneak attack damage, you can also do an additional half of that damage to an additional creature as necrotic damage as a ranged attack, which is kind of neat. And even later on, you can like consume souls, or like have tokens of their souls, like trinkets, which give you like benefits. You have a ghost walk, basically allowing you to go through walls. And later on, you have association with death has become close to you. Oh yeah, you get some benefits with the capstone. So already a phantom rogue is kind of a good start with you, Ghost. But you're also like nature inclined. So there's also this kind of druidic kind of theme around it, or like ranger theme. Actually, I have an idea. I think I know. This is gonna be a bit of a higher multi-class. I'm probably gonna boost you up a few more levels just so I can have benefits from the multi-class. But I feel like a swarm keeper ranger, where, let me see, where the swarm appearance is actually, well, here is mentioned pixies, but you can have something like actual souls. And your rangers have this kind of like nature connection, so it can work. You do 1d6 piercing damage with the swarm. The attack target must make a strength saving throw against your spell save DC or be moved by the swarm, or you can actually push them. You get anything like Fairy Fire, Web, Cautious Web, Arcanine, Insect Plague. Let me see. You can condense a part of your storm into a focus mass lift. As bonus action, gain flying speed. Nah, the message below the elemental. The message below the elemental damage stuff. Adam Swabble Keeper UNT was a group of twig blights. Actually, I love that. That's actually really cool. Because I feel like Ranger would be a better fit. Because I would jump to Druid, but I'm not sure if there is something more like Sports Druid would be like the closest thing I would think of with like the kind of more undead theme or undead theme, where maybe, you know, this you have this kind of like undead form, but instead of being like a necrotic, like you fill yourself with spores, maybe you show more of your like ghostly appearance and that kind of a thing, and symbiotic entity. Which could also work, because it boosts your melee, it boosts your weapon attacks, which with the rogue would combo well. And you utilize this instead of utilizing your wild shape. Although, because you're a kitsune, wild shape would make sense because you could turn into a fox, but I have a different idea with that one. Maybe I can add that as kind of a race thing, like a racial option. For you. Fungal infestation. And the DM really like what I did with the swarm to catch up with the party. I mean, yeah, when it comes to flavoring all that kind of stuff, to me, in my opinion, it's free game as long as it's purely aesthetical, and maybe, you know, do some alterations here and there if it's something more situational, like you've mentioned, for example, the stuff with your water elemental. That's also, you know, another thing. I attack myself so the swarm pushed me. That's actually genius. That's a clever way of using the written text. Yeah, no, I think I'll go with the Swarm Keeper, Ranger, and yeah, I'm gonna go Ranger Rogue combo with you, Rogue, Ghost, sorry. And as a race, I'm torn between two of them. Tabaxi makes a lot of sense. To me, Tabaxi makes like a lot of sense. Another option that could work could be also Shifter. Because you can also have this kind of like half form option, which is kind of more like half kitsune, but like half like fox spirit form. Yeah, so you can assume more of your bestial appearance. Maybe I could do a combo between the two. I could probably do a combo. I think it was Swift's Rider, swifting feature while shifted. Huh. Weird, I just looked in chat. This is the first time I have the stream elements in chat. Up until now I had my own name on it. What the did they fix it finally? Like randomly mid-stream? Like, this is weird. Because on my stream it was never stream elements, it was under my username. And it was never selected, it was never under those settings. Weird. Because I always wanted to be under the stream elements, like you know, naming here, but for some reason it never worked with me, and I just didn't bother. Beast, just as not gonna lie, well, kind of what I want to do, my idea is I'm probably gonna combine Tabaxi and Shifter, where you can have like an additional form, like you have the shifting option, where you can, you know, choose like the temporary form, but you might also get like more of a full-on fox spirit, and I'm thinking of feline agility to be the thing, where you can full-on turn into fox spirit and have increased movement, and maybe use the Swift Strider kind of as a basis. Till you die, you revert to your normal appearance. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do something like that. I think I'm gonna do like and yeah, that is and I mean, yeah, to be fair, if I was a bit more familiar with Pathfinder, with second edition Pathfinder, because I do want to get into it, I would have actually done it there. Because to be fair, after looking a bit more into Pathfinder second edition, I like the character creation process and like the overall process across multiple levels, because it's really detailed and I like that about it, because at every level you get extra stuff for both your ancestry, your class, and even like baseline improvements, general improvements for your character. So I really like how they approach that. And while anywhere you also have certain things like, you know, because you have ancestry and lineage, if I'm not mistaken, which one determines kind of what you are, like baseline, and lineage is something more more abstract. And I absolutely love that their super hopeful race bros make blankets and learn to makeshift, as people wouldn't be scared of them. Wait, oh, Anadi, isn't the Anadi the spider race? Like they're like full-on spider, like sentient spiders that turn into humanoids, just like as you said, to not scare people. Yep. Cause yeah, I also saw it. I was like, oh my god, I love this race. That's the concept was like amazing to me. So yeah, I'm gonna, as a base race, I'm gonna do a combo with of shifter and tabaxi. So let me just mention it here. Kitsune, Homebrew. Main creature type, overall you're gonna be humanoid, but you can't really say anything like this. Although technically undead in this case, but still, I'm gonna say it's a combo between Shifter, Swift Strider, and Shifter, Swift Strider plus the Baxi. Yeah, she's gonna be kind of a combo between those two. I'm gonna figure it out later on how exactly that's gonna work. So let's jump into actually making a character for that. So the characters, let's create a character. Let's start building. So which one should be the baseline of the two races, of the two classes? Ghost plays E. I think I have both races available. Let me check. I'm pretty sure I have Shifter as well as yeah. Yeah, let me go with, I'm gonna use the baseline for the Shifter. Bestial Instinct. Let's go with I'll go acrobatics, why not? Or actually let's go intimidation. But yeah, for my backup character in my current campaign, I found an Anadi homebrew race on D&D Beyond. So if my current character dies and retires, I'll bring them in, and they are an Anadi bard who's on the quest of killing the leader of a cult who killed her brother, who was on the other half of the amazing. I love it. Okay, so Swift Strider is the base. I think I'm gonna let's see, what do you get proficiency wise? Dex and wisdom, no, strength and dex, sorry. People awareness. Lance right, hide in plain sight. Actually, I'll start with Rogue again. Let me put it at 3 levels. And add another class. Let's add the Ranger. Also bump it at 3 levels. Don't think I have the Phantom option. Oh, I do. I have the Phantom Rogue. Amazing. So I don't have to choose it. Was it like the Phantom Rogue on a different? Whatever. Skill sets. Oh boy. Oh yeah, with this one, they can basically have anything. I'll think of it later. Where's the Grave? That works. And I have Stormkeeper as well. Ah, that makes it so much easier for me. And I think I'm gonna use the... Wait, don't I have access to the Tasha's variants? Hold up. Oh, option class feature, customize origin. There we go. Origin man, nothing here. There we go, optional features. Because I like the optional features for Rangers a lot more. Just, you know. And, you know, steady aim for Rogue is always good. Why not? Theft Explorer. I would say, because, you know, Ghost is more somewhat connected with nature. One language that would fit would be Sylvan. And let's say... maybe Primordial? Why not? I only have Intimidation as an option, really? Okay, fair enough. Sure, let's choose nature for this. Fighting style. I'm not sure if Ghost has a preference as fighting style. If you're here, you can give me a pointer, Ghost, and tell me about it. I don't think... Did I use Druidic Warrior to just get you 2 cantrips? Why not Druidcraft and... oh, I know which one. Primal Savagery. Is this one? Was it? Yeah, melee attack. Now it takes 10... 1d10 acid damage. Yeah, Druidic Warrior. I'm gonna keep it like this. Proficiency wise, let's see. I'll say you'll be good at stealth. But yeah, the current party kind of being forced to work for the leader of the cult. So in the background, my backup is hunting the party because they have a straight line to the leader. Ah, I see. Good way of, you know, kind of weaving it, you know, as the story moves along. I like it. I say Ghost would be good at perception. Why not? She's a kitsune, so a bit more on the acrobatic aspect. Why not? Let's go sleight of hand just for the fun of it. The leader is literal deaf. Oh, I see. Let's go nature and perception with expertises. And, you know, as an additional skill, oh boy. Doesn't matter that much because this skill you can literally change it whenever you want. That's part of the effect with it. Let's go an herbalist kit, why not? Oh yeah, and also choose some spells. So she doesn't know who the leader is, but in a sense she's planning to kill Death. Okay, that's something. Ensnaring Strike. That'd be a good one. Hunter's Mark, yes. It's a speak with animals, and that's it. Should I change one of them? Nah, it works. With abilities, we're gonna go standard array. We're gonna go with the 2+1s. So I would say maybe, I mean, it's once again like decent dex, decent wisdom. A good con. I would say 10 intelligence, 12 charisma, and maybe, I don't know, 8 strength. Again, being more on the nimble side, I don't think she would be too strength focused. And once again, wisdom. Again, two characters that are wisdom and dex focused at the same time. I haven't really been too original with this one. And as a background, I think I know. 1 second, let me find it. Oh shit, I have my homebrew stuff here. Ignore it. Where was it? I'm not. Was it Hermit? Well, not Hermit. I think it was Hermit actually. Yeah, you lived in seclusion, either in a shelter community or minority, or entirely alone for like a formative part of your years. Yeah, either hermit or sage, I think. Nah, hermit, I think it's a better option. Ghost, medicine, religion. Use a tool proficiency. Why not poisonous kids for the fun of it? Oh boy. Additional languages. I would say Elvish, why not? And here also, because I'm trying to think like what would be like creatures of the wild, maybe, or races that are more like connected with the wild. Hi there, it's an imposter check. No shipping. Hi there, bunny. I'll do that. Thank you. How's it going? Having a nice Friday? Okay, let me just do a quick stretch. There we go. Why not giant for the fun of it? Because they are giant that are also in the wild. Also, Bunny, let me give you a quick shout out while I'm here. Let's do this. Bum. You gotta go, given it's 5 AM or so. Oh damn, it's 5 AM on your end. Where? Wait, 5 AM? Where are you from? Like, that's like, because initially I was like, okay, like even US hours, that's still, it's not that late. It's not that early. Like, what the? Are you like on the Eastern time zone? Like, more like Asian? Oh, Australia, my bad. I understand now. Oh, wait, then go to sleep. What are you doing? I mean, to be fair, it's... I was about to say it's a Saturday, so to be fair, at your end, right now. Fuck, time zones are weird. Jesus. I think you're the first Australian viewer that I have. So far, I've had like US and EU people. Actually, yeah, I think you're the first Aussie. Oh yeah, oh fuck, I'm dumb. You've mentioned it. I just forgot it. My bad. Yeah, I'm not used to the Oriental time, the Oceanic time zone. Sorry. Yeah, I hate time zones as well because I'm still, especially this time like the daylight savings. Because after the daylight saving changed, I was so confused for like a week. because it changed in a few time zones, but it didn't change in my time zone. So I had like a few weeks of scheduling that were like really weird to figure out, because I put them in the GMT zones or like EST to keep it more general. My D&T party is American, so I have to go by their time. I'm about to start Hunter the Reckoning campaign on Twitch on Ghostplay's VT's channel, and the rest of the players are American, and I'm going by their time zone. So believe me, I know your struggles, because we already did a session 0 or within that schedule. So yeah, I know your struggle. Although in your case it's even rougher. Like, at what time do you usually do the sessions? Like in your end, at your end, I'm saying. Because in my case it's like slightly past midnight, like at 1-2 p.m. Actually, not 3 p.m. 3 a.m. Sorry, my brain. Like 2-3 in the morning, kind of ish. Oh, it's late. Oh, late. It's around 1. That's actually kind of decent. My case is not really. I'm actually like sacrificing a bit of sleep to actually be part of it, because I'm doing it at around 2 or 3 a.m. on my end. So they do it like in the evening. To be fair, I'm a night owl myself, so it doesn't bother me, and I have a flexible schedule currently, so it allows me to make that kind of compromise. At the very least, I'm willing to do it once a week, just so we have the group like situated. Especially because I'm the only European player in the group. The rest of them are American, so their time zone difference is not that bad between each other. So I'm willing to make the sacrifice for the sake of consistent scheduling. Especially because I haven't been in a ttrpg group in the longest while. I'm nothing but flexible because I don't have a let's not talk about that. Although I have not necessarily mentioned it too often, but yes, I am a game dev, so probably you understand my situation if you heard the word game dev. So yeah, I'm flexible because of it. But hey, I found other stuff to keep me occupied, and if things go well, who knows? Maybe this is gonna be my full-time thing at the end of it. So hopefully all of that goes well. I think what? I'm that flexible. I've been planning a one-shot. To be fair, I wish I would have been that flexible, but currently I'm doing a lot of like streaming stuff and that kind of thing, that I've kind of occupied myself with the streaming elements, with doing all of this, no pun intended, actually. Wow, that sounds pretty cool. Don't expect like I've been in some like big AAA or like even in some cool ass indie studio. No, I've been in some kind of unknown game dev studio that I decided to leave. That's my game dev backstory. Yeah. So yeah, I haven't participated in any of the cool games that you've seen here, even though I wish to. I've tried. Believe me, I've applied to many places. But yeah, I'm having a FedEx day. Have a fantastic morning, actually, in your case, now as well, Kobold. I appreciate being here. Hopefully I can see you around from time to time. I'm not sure exactly how my schedule is gonna work with yours, because I'm trying to be like EU and US friendly, but I'm not sure how that turns out for the oceanic side. And trying to be flexible with all time zones is gonna be a bit rough. But I'm gonna figure it out. Maybe I'm gonna look into it and see if I can find something flexible for the Aussies out there that want to join. So yeah, I think okay, I've done the description, I've done of this, so let's add the equipment. To be fair, just starting equipment. Yeah, short sword, a short bow. Let's go Dungeoneer. Add starting equipment. What's next? Let's see the character sheet for Ghost. So she is a shifter rogue ranger. Yeah, in her case, I've boosted her like stuff a bit further, just because, you know, I've thought like, you know, the Swarm Keeper Phantom Rogue multiclass would be a better fit for like her kind of, you know, spirit collecting, nature protecting kind of theme that she has. What other cool talents do you have? Let's see. I mean, in technicality, even technically streaming is considered entertainment, so this isn't my first ever attempt at doing entertainment stuff. I've done theater, if that's a talent, although I was in minor roles and in just one play for like 4 years, but don't expect I did it like on a monthly or weekly basis. I think I did it pretty often in my first 2 years, but then it kind of slowed down, and literally the final year where I've done the play, I've done it I think once or twice in that year, in that 4th year, and that was it. So I guess acting, but not really. I've never done it professionally. Like I've never had like actual training. It was really amateur-esque, if that's kind of as a perspective. But I've helped a friend here and there, and I saw like a post on Twitter that I'm actually inclined to look into it when it comes to some voice acting stuff, some voice stuff. I've helped a friend to do some voiceovers for some like character units for a game he was working on, and nothing public. It was a like a personal project kind of a thing. So I guess that could be, but again, nothing professional, or haven't had any kind of voice acting, you know, training or that kind of thing. Just done it casually, like, you know, amateur, again, as a hobby or as an amateur. To be fair, one thing that I did want to look in recent years, but I haven't had the time or the opportunity, maybe in some sound design stuff. Like I wanted to look into, initially for like game development reasons, I wanted to look into sound design and to like create like sound effects, that kind of thing for like different things, weapons, that kind of stuff. But then after a while I felt like maybe even slightly music adjacent, maybe. Again, don't have like a ton of music background on my end. I've done a bit, I mean, what school asked me of it, but I had a bad teacher that really made me hate it. I hated music theory because of it. So yeah. Again, if I were to talk about things that I wanted to do and all that kind of stuff, especially in the creative field, look man, I have ADHD. I want to do a lot of stuff. I don't have enough time and energy for all of them. Because yes, creatively speaking, I wanted to try a lot of things. And even on the internet, this is my first time. Like the streaming is my first ever consistent thing that I've done. But I've been around the space here and there in the past decade. I've made videos on YouTube a long time ago. They're long privated. I'm not gonna show them. They are cringe. I hate them myself. Never. Although I've been part of other people's like content creation as well. Aside from that, aside from the internet, I think I've been in some other aspects. I've done some things here and there, but again, small stuff on occasion. I never had something consistent. This is my first time I'm doing something a bit more consistent, which I don't necessarily hate. I think it's better that I've done it. I've started it now because I have a bit of a healthier mindset about it, and you know, I wouldn't have been maybe not as naive. I wouldn't necessarily have such a naive view of it. Of course, I'm looking back on it. There probably would have been opportunities where I could have capitalized on it back in the day, because I had a niche back then when I was actually making content that I never fully realized it, and I'm pretty sure if I were to capitalize on it at the time, I would have probably had something kind of big by now. But it would have been in a medium that I'm not sure if I would have pursued in the long run. So at the end, so you know, in the long run, I don't regret it. In hindsight, it's probably still for the best that I didn't do it. I can always go back into it. Not really, because I can tell you what I was doing, because to be fair, those videos are long privated. Because this was like long ago, back in the day. I got the beta access for Hearthstone when it was just a new thing, and I was doing content like niched to my own country back then. I wasn't doing like I wasn't necessarily focusing to be more, you know, global like I'm doing right now, you know, with a global audience. and I had a bit of even though it was small, I still for the 2 or 3 videos that I did, I quickly had like a bit of a following, like a few people out there that were like consistent, like commenting and interacting with the stuff. And if I were to continue doing it, I probably would have been in that kind of decent Hearthstone niche. The thing is, in the long run, I'm not the biggest fan, or like necessarily the best at, you know, card games or that kind of, or at the very least in that genre myself. So I wouldn't be able to keep it in the long run. I would have probably been able to be there for a while and then stopped, especially because at the time I would have not been able to like keep myself with the expansions and card packs and all of that, or theory crafting. I would have lost myself into it. I could have not keep up, and the way the game evolved later on down the line, it went in a direction that I am not necessarily be enjoying, or not necessarily find fun out of it. It just feels like I'm just, you know, throwing money just to have a good experience with the game, so I don't necessarily want that. Yeah. Me too, I want to learn new stuff. I want to learn how to ride a motorcycle again, learn D&D, and learn how to make an animated emotes. Yes, a lot of things to learn, not enough time, but you know, take them step by step, you never know. That's kind of what I'm trying as well. Because just to be fair, also after I started streaming, I've kind of was a bit, I've put a bit on the backlog some of my game dev stuff that I had in mind. But after I kind of get myself more of the hang of it with this side of it, I do want to go back into it and do it here. That's kind of also why I'm doing all of this here right now with the D&D, where I just improv homebrew some stuff as I'm doing character creation, because maybe this could also be a quick kickstart for me to just go back into it and do the occasional like game design stuff here and then, especially because on the ttrpg space I really enjoy it. That's actually been the space that's kept my passion alive since I've actually studied in the field. That was my passion. That was what I was actually focused on. I never was the type that always jumped into a game engine and made a game. But but when it came to like TTRPGs, I always was like, oh, I want to create this item, I want to create this homebrew race, I want to create this homebrew class. Like this kind of, I've always jumped into those spontaneous kind of creative spurs when it came to TTRPGs. I never jumped in that digital space. Unfortunately, when it comes to the physical and board game development space, it's hard to get into. You can't really get into it, like if you don't, not in the same way you could with the game dev. As a game developer, you have like a video game developer, you have the opportunities with internship, that kind of thing, and spaces where they can offer you, you know, the training and skill set. Plus, you know, the amount of skill sets required for that kind of space is so vast that you technically need to know a lot more stuff, and not just pure design. In here, it's more, on the physical space, it's more about just design, and very rarely people are actively looking in that space. So you kind of have to already kind of have the ball going and already be, at the very least at a hobby level, already a creator yourself and have content already made by yourself. And it's not something that you can start from the get-go, you know, with the hopes that you're gonna get a job. No, it's something that you'll probably have to build up as kind of as a side hustle, as a passion, and then later on down the line, if you have the opportunities and the connections and the networking, find people in the space that will then offer you those opportunities to create more and basically have that as a full career. Yeah, you know, gaming is a weird space. It has its beauties, but it has its hardships as well. And currently I'm doing a good chunk of it, but you know, I'm trying to keep myself positive. I'm keeping my passion alive and keep my enjoyment of the space, because I love gaming. I love in whatever form it is. I love that form of expression, interactivity, especially self-expression, and you know, the wonderful experiences offered you. And me right now through streaming, it's a way of showing it, kind of keeping that love alive for me, because you know, I'm still enjoying games. I'm still having fun out of it. I'm just looking to kind of reignite certain aspects of my passions, like, because yes, in my previous job kind of burned me out a bit on my other desires with game development, and I'm looking for like ways to kind of reignite it. And you know, this has been one of them. But yeah, long rant aside, which was a bit too personal. Okay, so this kind of covers it with Ghost. So let's jump into doing a bit of homebrew for her for the race. So I would call it. So for the race, she's gonna be both a kitsune. She's gonna have like mixed thing that was the best positive and luck for streams and future endeavors. Thank you, I really appreciate it. You know, it is what it is, and I'm trying not to keep myself in the negative. I've done it for too long, because believe me, I'm not gonna go into details for how long I've been in this situation, but it's been a long while. In certain aspects, I've kind of lost interest in how I'm looking at things, and in other aspects, I see opportunities in other spaces. So I'm trying to push myself in there. You know, I'm thankful that, you know, I have great people around me that, you know, see my passions and support them, and, you know, they don't see necessarily what I'm attempting here as some kind of fluke or some kind of, you know, phase or whatever. They see the potential and they encourage it, and that's what I'm thankful about. That I don't also have to struggle with the fear that, you know, somehow I can't do this, you know, with a peaceful kind of, you know, with a peaceful mindset, because I know with some people struggle with that, especially in the VTuber space. That I've heard a lot of stories of people where their families or friends don't necessarily support this kind of thing, and then they don't necessarily approve of it, and especially for those who pursue it as kind of a possible full-time career, and it can be a struggle for them, especially if they don't have any kind of consistent income outside of this. And you know, I get it. I totally get. I know I'm in certain in other ways I'm very lucky. So, yes, I had some shortcomings in maybe career-wise, but you know, when it comes to, you know, support networks, I've been very lucky on that end. So, you know, I've never. I don't say I hate where I am. It's, you know, I just took some steps back, and just, you know, I'm rethinking things and moving myself forward and find new ways to move forward, find other paths basically, because I've realized the ones that usually people tell you to go with maybe are probably not the ones that fit me. Okay, so overall I kind of want to keep the kind of more of the shifter aspects. I think this is gonna be the element that I'm gonna change. Actually, let me just copy all of this. Paste without formatting. Arc Vision. Okay, so I would say as a bonus action you can assume a more bestial appearance until you die, or even as a bonus action when you shift again gain temporary hit points equal to your level. You also gain an additional benefit. Okay, actually I know how to call it, shifter Kitsune. I think that's how I'm gonna call it. Shifting feature. So let me look at the tabaxi stuff. I would say, yeah, you'll have claws. Oops. Ah, damn it again. Paste without formatting. You can use your claws to make unarmed strikes. When you hit them, it's still 1d6 plus your actually change it to dexterity modifier. In slasher damage instead of bludgeoning. Oh, actually no. Instead of bludgeoning damage for an arm strike and oh no, I think I'm gonna word it like this. Additionally, you can use your dex modifier, dexterity modifier, when making a claw attack. And actually, let me specify unarmed claw attack instead of strength. So yeah, that also covers it. And additionally, I'll say you have proficiency in acrobatics, and I'll say and perception. So it's basically a combo between how should I call it? Foxian traits. Let's call it like this. Why not? I don't remember how exactly it was said here. Cat's talents, similar-ish. Also, let me move this closer here so I just don't forget it. And additionally, once you shift, you can do so again until let me take feline agility again. Damn it. Space without formatting. I will call it Fox form. While shifted, you can further shift it into a fox. When in fox form, or if you move on your turn in combat, you can double its speed, but once you use it, you can't use it again until you move. Yeah, I would say you still have access to the claw attack while in this form. Yeah, I think that covers it. bonus action. Let's say as a bonus action, when in fox form, if you move turn in combat. Yeah, I think that's gonna cover it. So overall, it's basically the same as the normal shifter. As a shifter feature, you'll have the claw attacks, but I also made like a small change where we can use your dex instead of your strength if you want to be something a bit more graceful. But additionally, if you, while still in your shifted form, you can, as a bonus action, also further shapeshift into a fox that allows you to access to the feline's I forgot what it was called, feline agility feature, but only while in this form. Of course, I'm gonna detail stuff like restriction requirements and you know, special cases later on, but that's kind of it with the Kitsune shape. It technically has a bit more than the, I think, the normal forms, but I don't think it's that much considering that it's mostly movement, and they basically have all of the. Yeah, I'm gonna have to think on the. Actually, let me just check something. Is there such a thing as a fox creature stat? I mean, oh, there is. Ah, Icewind Dale. Damn it. It's on Icewind Dale. Actually, let's check the the companion tool. As I mentioned, I'm not saying you should or should not use all of this this website. It's up to you. I am not I'm not your parent or the police. Okay, bestiary. Let me look for fox. There we go. Keen hearing. The fox has advantage on wisdom, perception checks, and bite. Maybe I'll do a reflavored version of the wolf instead, where instead of the bite I keep the, or actually I keep the bite, and maybe instead of having the yeah, I think I'll keep it like this. Overall, nothing too crazy. Yeah, this is overall like Ghost's character. Let me jump into PDF. Click to download. I mean, overall, it's basically here. Additional features and traits, Swift Strider. Yeah, I'm gonna add the details after the fact. So let me check if I downloaded it. Yeah, it's here. Let me just rename it. Ghost plays VT. Their character. So now let's jump back into my characters and let me delete one, because unfortunately I am limited in how many characters I can make, because I don't have the sub and I'm not gonna buy the sub. I ain't gonna give WotC any more money. I was already passively buying the sub for the longest of time anyway, so yeah. So Ghost is done, so let's go with Undead Commander. Or Commander Gallo. A former platoon commander for a necromancer's army. I left during an adventurous raid on the fortress and chose to take a vacation. Now I collect stories and outcasts and waywards who find my bungalow. I see. Yeah, initially I was, because you know, being like a commander or something like that, initially I was thinking fighter, but maybe I have a better idea. So, as race, it's already quite obvious which race is gonna be. Is a skeleton race? What the fuck? Since when? Oh, this is as in... No, sorry. Let me check. Where was it? Reborn, that's it. This is gonna be the race for it. I know I don't have the Van Richter's Guide to Ravenloft, unfortunately. And at the very least I don't have it digitally. I've gifted it to a friend. But because I don't have the sub, I don't have access to the shared content. So yeah, you are medium undead. You have the ancestral legacy stuff. You have deathless nature. You have advantage on saving throws. You don't need to eat, drink, or breathe. And magic can't put you to sleep. You have knowledge of a past life because you've been resurrected by a necromancer, so that's kind of a thing. Yeah, we'll jump with this one. Let's see. And as a class, as you're a collector of stories, I would say Bard would be a good fit for you. I'm torn between College of Valor, which basically, you know, gives you... Actually, yes, a College of Valor Bard works. And maybe to just add a bit of flavor, to add a bit of that kind of combat prowess, I'm gonna do the classical maybe two levels of fighter dip to give yourself that kind of a that action surge, but maybe that's up to you if you'll ever want to do it. But yeah, a Reborn Valor Bard is the go-to. So let's do this. Let's go with Undead Commander. Encore D&D stuff. Feats multiclass. I have all of that selected. Optional stuff. I hate that it's not turned on by default because I always use them. I never... I know for a fact I don't have it. Nope. So I'm just gonna start with custom lineage. I think this one is probably gonna be one of the few cases where I don't think I have anything special to add to you, unfortunately, compared to as Reborn, do you have... Oh, you don't have dark vision. Interesting. And or proficiency, so I'm gonna keep that blank. So yep, as a class we go with Bard. Let's bump you to 3 levels so I can give you the subclass, your Bard College of Valor. You got combat inspiration. A creature that has bardic inspiration that can roll a die and add the number rolled to the weapon damage roll is just made. Alternatively, when an attack roll is made against the creature, it can use reactions to roll the bardic inspiration die. Add the number of rolled to its HC attack. Oh, first I need to, of course. I would say horn because you are a commander, so I'm guessing you sound like some kind of like horn of war. I would also probably say drums. Bagpipes would also be kind of funny if you're like, if you want to go full on Scots like war cries. Or maybe you know some instruments, you know, of your own that, you know, just you'd like to play in your downtime, because that you also took like a a vacation. So how about Dulcimer? Why not? You're a commander, so I would say... Actually, let's check the background first, because I think I can give you a fitting background there. Soldier would make sense. Yeah, let's go with soldier. Let's give you dragon chess because you are a commander, so you might know, you might be more about strategy, so you do like that kind of things, you know, more like game of tactics. Military rank. So you're a soldier loyal to your former military organization, still recognize your authority and influence. Yeah, this kind of works. So going back into class proficiencies, where you have intimidation and athletics. I would also say survival. You've probably seen some rough stuff and you know how to deal with that kind of thing. I would also say history, because maybe you've been alive for a long time, so you've been through many battles and you know them now probably by hand. And let's go performance, because you know, maybe you rally your troops and you have to do like some kind of empowering speech. And as skills, let's go with yeah, let's do the performance one. And maybe athletics. I'm guessing you could be intimidating when you want to be. I'm still thinking if I should give you like 3 extra like 3 extra levels, because another good option would be to also like give you like, let me give you give you like 3 levels in fighter and be a battle master, because that would be, because you being a commander, you also know like some battle tactics, and you might, you know, teach people when it comes to that kind of thing. Student of war. Let's say Smith's tools, why not? You know, you might know some battle tactics and that kind of a thing. But I feel like this is kind of like extra flavor stuff, so I'll think about it. Okay, so now we go with abilities. We'll go with the standard array just because it's simpler. I would say you have like 15 strength, you are about like 14 charisma. Let's boost that charisma and also give you a boost in your strength. Con will be your next thing. I would say because you're a tactician, you're pretty intelligent. You have decent wisdom, but maybe you're not necessarily as dexterous. You prefer like, you know, more like heavy armor builds than anything. So let's go with that. Languages, I don't think there's like an undeaf language. Doesn't necessarily mention what exactly they were in their past life. So let's go with, I'm guessing we're just gonna keep it a bit more generic. Let's say dwarvish. I think that kind of covers most of that stuff. And equipment wise, let's see. I'll give you a long sword. Maybe a diplomat's pack. And as a musical instrument, let's go with your Let's go with the horn, why not? A set of bone dice, that's kind of grim, but why not? Like, let's go with the theme. And let's say a piece of a banner. Why not? You know, maybe it's your banner from, you know, the faction you were a commander to. You know, that kind of covers it. Let's see the character sheet. So yeah, overall decent-ish in stats. Pretty good on the intimidation, pretty good on the performance stuff. Okay, let's also export it to PDF. Click download. Let's open it. Okay, we have an undead commander, and let's add the info for from the reborn section. Actually, that might be a bit too much for the PDF to fit in here, so let me just play it safe. Let's just start with Ancestral Legacy. Yeah, I think I'll just jump here with the other ones. There we go. Knowledge of past life. You know, I'm gonna do the fine tuning later on. Yeah, overall that's kind of a... Oh wait, I'm a... Damn it, because you're a bard. You should have some spells. Sorry, actually, my bad. I should have looked into this. So, as cantrips, I would say... True Strike. True Strike's gonna be mean. I'm guessing Message, you probably would have that. You probably would have used that in battles. Maybe let's say prestidigitation. Not prestidigitation. Maybe I'm either thinking could be Blade Ward or the actual Vicious Mockery. Because you know you started collecting stories, maybe you're a bit more now witty. You have some interesting like comebacks and lineups. Anyway, it's kind of a general like a bard spell that you'd expect. But actually, yeah, why not? Let's go with Vicious Mockery. And as spells. Let's see, you're a bard. How many spells do you know? 6 spells. So let me give you a few second level spells first. I usually like to go from top to bottom if I'm creating a character at a higher level. I think both hold person and heat metal, because overall you're like a combatant, you're gonna be melee, so having like spells that are more, you know, support focused would be interesting and be a lot more helpful towards you. Heroism, yes, because you kind of bolster your allies. You kind of have Bane. And let's see. Maybe Touch of Hideous Laughter, because I'm pretty sure it's not a concentration spell. Oh, it is, because you have to keep it to make them laugh, actually. You're a bit too much on the concentration, because you also have Heat Metal, you also have Hold Person. Heroism is another concentration. Bane is also concentration, so maybe I should give you a few options that are not necessarily that. Maybe why not Thunder Wave for like some AoE options. And also, I mean, on the second level aspect, I don't see. Thunder Wave, Apian. Yeah, maybe let's go with Shatter. It's a decent selection. Again, I'm not gonna try my best to min-max them or like, you know, make them 100% viable. Sometimes I'm going with theme, sometimes I'm going with what would be useful. And this is kind of more of a latter case. So actually I have to export this again. Make sure that of course the spells are not available because it got wacky. Because I don't know why PDFs update so weirdly. But it's there. I'm just gonna keep it as it is. So, although I have an idea what I could do with Undead Commander, maybe we can make like more like a skeleton race, like be full on like skeleton specific. So let's see. Let's go to monsters. Let's skeleton. Usually, you know, when I don't have necessarily an idea on how to do like how to start like a homebrew and that kind of a thing, I just start with like some basic concepts and ideas. So yeah, they have damage vulnerabilities to bludgeoning, but they have damage immunity to poison. Actually, didn't the DMG give you like an option when it came to like skeletons? Let me see. I saw it here. There it is. Vulnerable to bludgeoning damage, you're immune to poison damage and exhaustion, and you can't be poisoned. To be fair, I don't necessarily want to go that route because it's a bit too much. Like the bludgeoning vulnerability could be a thing, could be an interesting aspect. I'm not sure if I would go necessarily full on vulnerable because that's harsh, especially at lower levels. That could kill you. So maybe I'll do like a more of a lower drawback. Let's see, let's do it like this. So we have Undead Commander. We have a Skeleton Homebrew. Let me use this as a basis. So we have creature type, you are undead. Again, we just paste without formatting. I want to say you're vulnerable to bludgeoning damage, because that's kind of a... That's a bit too much, and it's a bit too harsh in my opinion. It can get crazy with certain spells or certain attacks, so I don't necessarily want to do that. I would maybe... I'm thinking either, you know, you could go something like maybe you gain some extra damage from it as a possible draw, or another one would be something similar to the effect, like if you are hit actually, it can also be like an option if you're like hit by, if in the last turn you were affected by bludgeoning damage, you receive your next turn you may have like some form of disadvantage, or not necessarily full-on disadvantage, but some kind of a drawback because you were hit with bludgeoning damage. But that one's a bit more complicated, so let's just simply go with the when hit by bludgeoning damage, you receive an additional 1d4 bludgeoning damage. So yeah, we don't necessarily make it too harsh, because vulnerability means basically doubling the damage, and depending on the attack, it's gonna be insane. So having just an extra 1d4 here and there for like damage is not necessarily that bad. It's manageable. You could maybe increase it, like could be like equal to your proficiency. So basically kind of scales with you, but then again, that's kind of a really weird one. Maybe kind of more in a way that, you know, it's the drawback still has an effect in later levels. It's still felt in later levels, not just in lower levels. With Undead Nature, I would say you are resistant to poison damage. I'm gonna put on full immunity. Remove the exhaustion one, because that's insane. Like being immune to exhaustion, that's too powerful. And you have advantage on saving throws against the poison condition. The condition Undead Nature, and you don't require air, food, and drink or sleep. I'll probably keep something similar to the Reborn option. You have Dark Vision, or maybe I'll give you like an additional benefit. Actually, yes. Let's say I'm gonna call it necrotic nature. When hit by necrotic damage, you reduce it by let's say a number of d4s equal to your proficiency modifier. You reduce it by a number of d4s equal to your proficiency modifier. There we go. And just to keep it on the same level, equal to your profit, I'm gonna put the same thing here. So basically, the drawback scales with you. both the drawback and the benefit of the necrotic nature. Necrotic, let's call it necrotic resistance. I'm still thinking on it. This is just something I'm workshopping, actually. Oh, no, actually know it better. Let's call it hollow body. When hit by piercing damage, you reduce it by a number of d4s equal to your proficiency modifier. Yeah, that's it. I think basically we are scaling, you know, we're balancing one. Basically, we're balancing one effect with another. So this kind of works. You have undead nature, you are resistant to poison damage and have advantage on saving throws for the poison conditions, and you don't require food, air, which that one's kind of a general one. Yeah, this works. And of course you have the generic like +2 and 1, or like the option to... I'm not gonna add those, I'm just gonna add the important information. But yeah, we also made like a homebrew race for Undead Commander, that also works. Okay, so let's jump to the next thing. Now that we've done Undead Commander, I think I have only one. Yep, only one more. We have Zenny Dragon, the mercenary VTuber. Let me just... Do we have any... Do I have any additional info about just simply them being a mercenary? No! And unfortunately, I'm just gonna go with the classic. You are overall, I mean, the design and all of that is pretty cool, but you know, you're humanoid, you're a mercenary. I'm sorry, man, I'm just gonna go with fighter. That's gonna be it. I'm really sorry. So let's remove ghost character. And let's create another one. So let's call it Penny Dragon. Start building. Disable that, enable these. So yeah, you're humanoid, but I'm gonna give you the better of the humans, which is the variant human. So I'm just gonna be good with you on that end. I'll think about the ability scores and all of that in a bit. Class-wise, I'm gonna give you fighter. Let me bump you to level 3. And as martial archetype, let me see. I'm not gonna go champion. Champion is boring. Actually, let me look. Is there like more of an interesting fighter option that I don't necessarily have it here available? Purple Dragonite, I know it's not great. Samurai doesn't necessarily fit the theme. Actually, let me double check something. Don't they have any? I would really wish if they had like any kind of lore. That would be amazing, but I don't think they have. I don't see any. So yeah, I'm just gonna go with something a bit more simple this time around. I think I'm just simply gonna go with Battlemaster, which I'm not gonna undermine Battlemaster. Battlemaster is a really good fighter subclass. I mean, student of war, so let's say I would say maybe you're good with maybe smithing tools. Let's go with that. Let's say grappling strike. I would say immediately after you hit immediately on your turn you can spend 1 spirit die to grapple as a bonus action. That would work. Maybe fainting attack. You spend 1 superiority die. You have an advantage on the next attack roll against that creature. I would also maybe, or actually, I think goading. When you hit a creature, you can spend a superiority die. Goad them into attacking you. Yeah, that's interesting. I don't know. I'm thinking like stuff like maybe like dirty maneuvers, like things that feel like dirty tricks. Because, you know, maybe mercenaries don't necessarily full on fight with the best codes of ethics, but they have a code of their own. The no honor among thieves is not necessarily as true as it sounds. And let's go. Actually, I'm gonna go distracting strike. And yeah, let's go. Grappling style, menacing attack, distracting attack, fighting style. From what I see, you have a battle axe, so I'm guessing something that is two-handed or like great weapon fighting. I'm assuming. Yeah, let's go with great weapon fighting. Also, let me just quickly jump into the background. I think there is like, wasn't there like a mercenary option? I think there is. Yeah, mercenary veteran. You get athletics and persuasion and a gaming set. I would say maybe a dice set. More about like those kind of gambling games. You have options of any skill, so I'm just gonna go here. I would say intimidation and maybe... let's go perception. That seems like some good options. Here, as a human, your skill would be, let's go with... I'll say survival. As a feat... Great Weapon Master is a good option, considering that you use like a double-handed battle axe. Yeah, I'll go with this. Like, you're a pure like mean damaging machine. So yeah, let's go with that. Let's jump into abilities. I'm gonna go with standard array. So in your case, I'm gonna go full on strength, con, maybe some dex. Decent perception, decent intelligence, maybe not necessarily on the charisma end of it. And we improve strength to bump that up. As well as dexterity, so you have a +2 at the very least. And language-wise... you're a mercenary, maybe you've done some shading dealing with creatures of the Underdark, so you might know some stuff here. Why not? Let's go with this. And on the equipment section... yeah, let's go... actually... doesn't look like chainmail, you look like more you have like leather armor, so let's actually choose leather. Martial weapon and a shield. I think battle axe is a martial weapon if I'm not mistaken. Yep, it is. Let's go to hand axes because you already have a longbow. And let's go Dungeoneer pack. The gaming set is dice set. and add the starting equipment. And there we go. Let's see the character sheet. And yep. I mean, unfortunately, yeah, overall, that's kind of it. On this end, I'm really sorry. I don't I don't have a lot of info to go with you. Which is unfortunate. Like if you are like here like present and you could offer me like additional details to kind of, you know, add some things or like customize it here and there, that'd be great. But you know, from what I've seen and what I was able to gather as info, this seems like a close approximation to me. Again, I'm not saying that fighters are a really good class, and I'm not saying very humans. To be fair, very humans for the longest of time have been like meta top tier, like when it comes to like min maxing. So overall, I'm not underplaying in any way, and you can be a really mean fighter. Again, maybe you can add some rogue elements if you are a bit more on the mercenary, but you know, with shady underdealings kind of thing. Maybe you can have some other aspects similar to that. You know, mercenary is a bit broad, it can go in many directions. But you know, magically, I don't see anything on that side. I see you more overall like martially. Maybe you have some barbarian in you. Maybe you would rage. Maybe you'll do those kind of things. The thing that I'm probably gonna do is once I have them like put together like nicely, I'm gonna post them there and basically ask like, hey, if you want to, I could make like a quick revision or something like that, and just, or you know, just give. I'm also probably gonna mention like a few advice pieces here and there, like how exactly I could push further this this character. But yeah, overall, I think I'll keep it like this. So yeah, if I'm not mistaken, this kind of covers it for the characters, because these were like the only submissions I had. Let me check the Twitters if I had anything in there. From the looks of it, nope. That post is still barren. Nope. Okay, so that was kind of it, but I'm not gonna be done with it. I'm just gonna take like a quick 5-minute breaks, grab a snack, have a refill of my drink, that kind of stuff, and then we're just gonna maybe do some like on the top of our head like homebrewing, maybe to figure out like some monster stats for these player characters. Maybe, you know, figure out like what the dungeon environment would be like, stuff like that, you know, because you know, I'm still planning to stream for like a few additional hours. I wanted this to be a slightly lengthier stream. So yeah, let's go with that. Yeah, I'll take a quick break, and you know, I'll join you after the fact. Okay, I am back. So as I mentioned, now that we've overall finished with the character creation, let's do some fun like off the top like homebrew ideas with what we have here as characters. My first idea was like, maybe also what if we made them into monsters, like into like monster stats for like an NPC or like something that a dungeon master could use. And this time I'm gonna go from the bottom up, so you know, I don't necessarily have a kind of special treatment. And I already have like an idea with Zenny dragons like mercenary VTuber. I'm gonna keep the concept that the kind of the battle master concept, but I do want to do something a bit special. Let me go into the sorry, hiccup. Where is the bestiary? There it is. Because we have something called a mercenary as a, or like or a veteran actually. Is it a veteran? Not the vet. Okay, that's an option. It was it a mercenary? Hold up. I could swear there was a mercenary. Yeah. Scenery. I think it. So actually, maybe it was the veteran. Because what I kind of want to do is want to just jump in with like a base monster stat and then kind of go up from there. Yeah, it was the veteran. That was it. Okay, so my idea. Let me just have it here as a separate thing under commander. Oh, sorry. Zenny. Let me double check. Zenny dragon. Okay. Gun. So, and we are gonna do the monster strat homebrew. That. After the fact, I'm gonna do it like properly on like I think like on homebrewery or something like that. That it also kind of looks like a monster stat and that kind of a thing. So if you had all of these characters are kind of like a starting point. For me to homebrew, because most likely when I'm gonna release them, I'm probably gonna make them as like full max level or at the least higher level character sheets, and they're all of them at the same level. Because unfortunately, like for example with Ghost, I had the idea with multiclassing, and I kind of wanted to have them like put together already from the start, and that made her character at level 6. And I don't want one character to be level 6, the rest to be level 3. I don't want necessarily to be full on favoritism. That's mostly me just putting some ideas on paper and then later on just fully expand on them. So yeah, I'll be doing that. So for the veteran monster stat, let me just grab it separately. There's like a way I can copy it, which is a bit easier now. Okay, we go with AC. In this case, they mentioned 17 splint. HP. They mentioned here it's 58, which is a 9d8 plus 18. I'm probably gonna upscale some of the stuff to make it higher level. I'm not gonna bother with the details here. So, strength we have. Actually, let me just. I think it'd be better if I make a table. Actually, let me insert table 6. Strength, Dex, Con, and Wisdom, Charisma. I'm gonna use their character sheet kind of as a kind of a baseline, so let me just do that. So it's 15, 13, 14, 10, 12, 8, 15, 10, 8. And then skills, they have athletics as a +5 here, and a perception. Actually, I'm not gonna put the bonuses because that's really depending on the challenge rating. So I'm gonna keep it as is. Okay, senses. They have a passive perception of. In this case is. Let's say 14, just because maybe it's a +2, maybe it's a plus. Although I'm gonna probably boost it up. And as actions, I'm gonna just instantly paste these. Paste without formatting. That's so yeah. We have the baseline stats. So yeah, the character has multi-attack, longsword, heavy crossbow, but I do want to kind of play a bit into the battle master kind of tactician flair of it. So let's call it tactician. Any dragon has access to the following battle maneuvers. I'm not gonna detail them too much. I'm just gonna go by because I'm probably gonna add a few more here and there. So it's grappling strike. Strike. It's also, oops, I should probably close this tab. Yeah, grappling strike, menacing attack, and distracting strike. Attack and distracting strike. Now, the thing that I want to make with this abilities, instead of having them as a superiority die, it's gonna be a recharge of 6. I'm currently thinking if they should be independent. The way I'm kind of thinking it, maybe instead of having like independent recharges, because that's gonna get a bit cumbersome. So let's put it like this. Zenny Dragon has let's say 6 battle 6 superiority points, 50 points, and can spend them to use one of the following battle maneuvers. And instead of this, let's say it's 2 points. I'm not gonna think about the balance of it right now. Let's just say 8 points. Let's go again, 2 points. Something like that. Because maybe I'm gonna also reflavor them and make it more like more closer to something that an NPC would do. As like, for example, let's actually copy paste them. Paste without formatting. We do the same with these. I should do the keybind Control Shift V, but I always forget. There we go. Okay. Yeah, that works. And also let's put this recharge maneuvers at the start of his turn. I'm assuming his. Actually, let me just say their turn and just make sure after the fact. I'll check afterwards. Zenny Dragon can recharge, let's say 1d4 superiority points. Because I want this character to kind of constantly utilize them. Have them like constant access, but you know, depending on the uses and all that kind of stuff, it might differ here and there. Okay. We just put them like here to make sure that these are the which are maneuvers. And I would also like to make another one, mercenary commander, mercenary, let's say mercenary leader. If one or multiple mercenaries of Zenny Dragon's group are within, let's say 10 feet of them, their battle maneuvers cost 1 point less. Yeah, my idea with this is that not only that he has access to like this set of maneuvers that, you know, are gonna make the fight a lot more challenging and, you know, more difficult, but also I would like to kind of emphasize this idea that he's not fighting alone, because to be fair, when it comes to D&D and with most boss fights, it's not just about the boss, it's also about the other elements around the boss. So in this case, I would see like if I would see like Zenny Dragon as an actual monster stat, I wouldn't think as a solo monster. They would be surrounded, they would have like some kind of mercenary group of their own that, you know, while he's around them, aside from having access to maybe some maneuvers here and there that can benefit them, which I'm probably gonna add here as well, he also has access to his own like and basically his group is also kind of like a support group that basically makes sure that he's basically performing a lot better. Of course, we can also look into maybe stuff like legendary actions. Maybe some of the maneuvers could be legendary actions that don't necessarily require this kind of superiority point system. That's another thing that we can do. I'll look into it. I'm not sure if I have like a template or like a melee focused character, like melee focused beast that's would have also legendary actions. One doesn't really come to mind right now, at the very least. I'm trying to think on it, just to maybe something is coming up. Hey there, Reese. Thank you so much for the luck. I hope you have a nice Friday. Enjoying yourself. Yeah, currently legendary creature that would be some kind of martial that will be martial focus doesn't come to mind, so I'm not sure exactly to use kind of as a starting point, or at the very least as a easy template, because that's usually kind of my go-to with some homebrewing stuff. I like to look into existing stuff, follow it to kind of as a point of inspiration, or as a kind of a template, and then from that point on kind of move forward. Let's see if we go on higher CR, do we get like an idea? I mean, aside from the obvious that, you know, you can do some additional attacks as a legendary action, that kind of thing. Don't really have other things. Oh, I have an idea. Legendary actions. Battle maneuvers. Any dragon can use any of his battle maneuvers. Maneuvers can use his maneuvers. The legendary action cost is equal to the superiority point cost. Can be affected by mercenary leader. So yeah, as a legendary action, he can use one of his maneuvers, one of their maneuvers, and that at the point cost maneuver would be equivalent to the legendary action costs. So, you know, if it costs 2 points, then it means that as a legendary action, it costs two action points. But at the same time, this specific legendary action can benefit from the buff of the mercenary leader, which reduces the cost. So they can also reduce the legendary action cost, allowing more of them in one turn, in between turns actually. So yeah, I think I overall like it. Like the fine details, like AC, HP, what stats, and that kind of a thing, and even equipment. I'm gonna think late after the fact. I'm gonna look into it afterwards. I just want to kind of grasp the general idea of it. And this one is actually a really good one. I kind of like where this went. I kind of enjoy it. Because to be fair, I do want to make the stat blocks feel a bit more than just some bags of hit points that you just do some stuff here and there and that's it. It'll be interesting to, you know, do something that kind of changes around and it kind of gives you an idea that, hey, this kind of changes around in the combat. It makes things a bit more challenging. Kind of goes a bit into that kind of action-oriented NPCs where, you know, where basically that's kind of the whole point of it. Don't just have them there stand around, do some random attacks here and there. Have them like think strategically, have the environment around them or the enemies or whatever else NPCs are around them matter for them. Have some sort of an impact. Because clearly with this kind of a character, with this kind of a monster stat from the get-go, you'll realize that one of the first things that you have to make sure it's to either isolate them from their allies, as well as, you know, or alternatively make sure that that their allies are dealt with before, you know, he gets too much of a menace. Maybe I will add some other aspects to this one as part of the oh, actually I know what to add. Second wind. Actually, let me turn as a bonus action. I'm just gonna put it like this and have it as a recharge of 6. So he can also heal. I'm probably gonna increase the healing to something a bit more higher than this. Also, I'm probably gonna change the D8s. It died to 1d10s. Maybe I'm gonna give him something of a higher higher armor. I'll think about it. Because that's also nothing, because I want also to use as a maybe as a starting point also some aspects of the actual class and character. And this kind of works. Because, you know, it plays a bit into their background because they're part like of a mercenary group. They have some like fighter benefits. I would say as a as a multi-attack, I would say maybe 3 attacks. And they're not a longsword, they're battle axes. I'm gonna figure out like the rest of the bonuses and all that kind of stuff later on, but that's kind of the idea. Yeah, I think that's gonna be it overall. Action. A normal attack would also be like a maneuver. Maybe also move. Just to keep them here as a reference. But yeah, that's kind of would be the overall monster stat for for Zeni, so let's jump into someone else. Let's go Undead Commander. Okay, so this one's gonna be a bit different. Let me see. In his case, I'll probably go. Let me see here. Filter. Just pick Undead. Save. Not a Draculich, that's insane. Avatar of Death, nah. Death Tyrant? Oh, yeah, right, the undead. Oh, yeah, let's definitely. I think it's a good starting point. Either Death Knight or. Yeah, I'm gonna keep with Death Knight. There we go. So let me just copy all of this. Let's go with the Monster Rat Homebrew. Let me close this. So 20 plate armor shield. That's actually a good start. Plate armor and shield. 180. Which is like around what, 19d8 plus 95. I don't think I'm gonna change the hit dice to anything else, because if I'm not mistaken, the bard. Actually, let me go into the details page. Yeah. Yeah, the bard utilizes d8, so I'm gonna keep it as it. So charisma 18, strength 20. Oops, not 120, Jesus. Dex 11. Yeah, in this case I'm using actually the stats of the Death Knight, because technically the Death Knight's a bit higher CR than would be Undead's commander's current character. Wisdom 16. Skills. Actually, let me copy this. Maybe that's a lot better. V. There we go. Now, as actions, yeah, Martial Undead is really good. as actual features, because he is a commander, so he's probably gonna do that. Yeah, I'm also gonna get the spellcasting because in this case, Undead Commander is a bard, so they would have access. I'm probably gonna change the the available spells later on. Okay, multi-attack, sword action. I'm not sure if the Hellfire Orb is necessarily fitting. It doesn't feel like it is. To me, it doesn't feel like it. Not sure if I'm gonna add the parry feature, but I'm gonna add it to... Now that I look at it, because I completely forgot about reactions, the parry feature seems like a good addition here. So yeah, that will work. Yeah. We are now... He was a platoon commander, but now he's in vacation. He's all about like collecting stories. Well, he is a bard. Actually, yeah. Why not bardic inspiration? Actually, I'm gonna call it something a bit different. So, undeaf inspiration. Basically, it's basically overall it's the bardic inspiration. But if the creature inspired is undead, they can also can also benefit from a combat inspiration version of it if can be used, can be rolled. Can be used to add the number rolled to the weapon damage. Yeah. With a recharge of, let's say, 5, 6. Maybe it's a bit too high. I'll think of it. But yeah, this one works. Okay, I have an idea of a legendary action. Legendary action. I'm gonna call it Tales of Days Past. I would say 2 actions. I'll think about it. I'm not fully committed with this one. You can use soothing music or oration to help you realize your wounded allies during a short rest. To help to revitalize your wounded undead allies during a short rest. If you or any friendly any friendly creature to a friendly undead creature to undead commander who can hear the performance regain hit points at the end of the gain hit points I would say maybe 66 hit points. Yeah, let's put it like this. Additionally, you can choose any living creature that hears the performance and take 66 necrotic damage. Yeah, I like that. I'm probably gonna keep it as is. Let me check something. Does the Valor Bard at higher levels have something interesting? They have an extra attack, battle magic. Ah. That could be a thing. Magical secrets. Oh. Maybe counter charm? Of course, reworked as to be an actual reaction ability, not a counter, not an action ability, because that's yeah, I'll give it counter charm, but as a reaction actually. To be fair, aside from that, as a reaction, have as a reaction when you or an ally is needs to make 30 needs to make a saving throw against the fighter or charmed conditions. performance that interrupts the charm that effect to any and gain advantage on the saving throw. Effective saving throw. So yeah, either when I'm dead. Yeah, I'm doing some rewriting here real quick. So yeah. Why not? Can also be undead inspiration. One action. An attack. Or just move. And I'm gonna remove the Hellfire Orb. Yeah, I kind of like where this one is going. This one is a bit more, because I'm probably gonna add for some of them the kind of the caveat that certain effects are happen if the creature affected can hear it, because there are some of them that already mentioned this, and maybe this one would be like an interesting way to kind of create this creature that a good way to counter it is by silencing it or silencing the area around them. Kind of create this this tactic. Yeah, I like it. I actually really like where this one is going as well. Okay. I don't think there's anything additional that I would like to add. Of course, maybe most likely there's gonna be some extra spells and stuff like that I'll probably add. Just to flub it up, it's more about like them being a spellcaster than necessarily a melee combatant, but they also have that kind of benefit as being a Valor Bard. I'm gonna probably add a few more additional spell slots of spell levels of something slightly higher. Not sure if I'm gonna go up to actual level, like level 20, like 9th level spells. I'll think about it. Maybe up until like level 7 or 8th. Oh yeah. But anyhow, we're done with this one, so let's jump on with Ghost. Okay, Ghost has a monster stat. That's gonna be, because you're an undead, but you're also a kitsune. I'm trying to find out maybe something more Fey-ish could work. And then somewhat like reflavor it to be undead. Let me see if there's like an undead that could fit. I have like an idea. Where is it? Where is it? Banshee. Let's see. Maybe not a banshee. Let me try and let me think. Let me see. Ooh, dried spirit. Overall, from what I've seen, it's kind of a refavored banshee. Like I'm trying to find, like, let's see, is there anything different? Not really. I'm guessing maybe some stuff here in the damage resistance and HP stuff, but otherwise it's basically the same, yeah. Maybe? Ghost could be a starting point. Because we can play maybe with the whole like possession idea. That could work. Okay, let's see Ghost. And maybe... All those guys a bit more on the telekinetic stuff. Reaper spirit, Ooh, Shadow Assassin maybe? Not really. Willow Wisp. Oh, actually. Well, Wallace has some aspect that I find interesting. Yeah, that one with the undead spirits, those kind of worked. I do want to look a bit into the base section, because I'm a bit curious on that end. Ooh, face spirit, let's see. Turn. Maybe. Yeah, I think I have an idea. Okay, so let me overall like make a copy of this. Oh, I forgot to put this under the correct name, but fixed it now. So, actually, 1 second, I need to drink something. Ah, there it is. So, I think I'm gonna use as a basis. Damn. I think the ghost feels right as a basis. So let's do that. 11 armor class. I'm probably gonna change it later on just to something a bit more fitting. Maybe add some actual armor. 45. 28. I think I'm gonna keep it like that because Rogan. Ranger are in the D8 zone, so I'm just gonna keep it like that. Speed 30 feet. So we have overall. Actually, let me open Ghost stats. Maybe I'm gonna use that as a basis. 8. In this case, yes, probably a bit better. 16 on. It's a 13. 10 for intelligence. 16 wisdom, that's good. And 12 for charisma. Damage immunity is necrotic poison, that works. Conditions immunity, exhaustion, fright, and poison. Sure. I would say also grappled. Grappled and prone while in ghost form. While in ghost form. I mean, passive perception wise, probably a bit higher. It's 14, let's say. Any languages in your life. Okay, so the first thing I like this one, consume life. This one seems quite fitting. As a bonus action, Ghost plays. Can target one creature you can see within 5 feet that has 0 hit points and is still alive. The target must succeed a DC 10. It regains 26 hit points, maybe a bit more. We'll see. I'm still thinking if I want to use spells with Ghost, but I don't think I'm gonna. As I have some other ideas. I'm gonna remove the the spell casting stuff. Also, let me remove under inspiration. But one thing I'm gonna add is sneak attack. That's something I'm gonna add for sure. I'm not gonna add the details here right now because it's gonna function as the normal sneak attack. If Ghost has advantage, you know, some extra dice for damage. And to make sure that Ghost has that kind of benefit, Yeah, I'm gonna take these two. And put them nicely here. Oops. Have horrifying visage. Okay. Dish. Actually. Oh, I know what to add here. I'm gonna call it Merciless Hunter. Ghost plays as advantage against frightened or charmed creatures. So that's kind of a natural thing she has. Not only like she can do horrifying visage, which can frighten a lot of creatures, gaining her advantage. And then she also has like actually Wisp Possession. Actually, let me look at something. Because I also want to incorporate some of the Swarm Keeper aspects. Yeah, I'm gonna actually add it here. Swarm of wisps. Any creature that attacks ghost plays VT within 10 feet of her takes 1d6 necrotic damage. I'm not gonna increase this like a DC, let's say 15 charisma. Maybe I'll do it higher. It's possessed by the Wisp Swarm. The swarm disappears from the swarm around the swarm actually surrounding ghost disappears and the target is incapacitated and loses control of its body. The ghost now control the wisp swarm now controls the body. And follows, ghost, plays, PTs. The swarm can't be. Wisp swarm can't be targeted by any attack, spell, or effect. Expect one that and it's retains its alignment, intelligence, wisdom, charisma, immunity to being charmed and frightened. That turn on that, and it's and yeah, this one is gonna be something I'm gonna have to figure out later on with the details about like what stats exactly the Wisp swarm has. So this thing but doesn't gain access to the target's knowledge, class, features, or proficiencies. The position lasts until the body drops to 0 hit points. Ghost plays PT ends it as a bonus action, or the ghost is turned or the wisp form is turned or forced out by an effect like dispel evil and good. When the position ends, the ghost reappears in an occupied space. The target is immune to this wisp swarm. The wisp swarm's possession. So yeah, that's one thing. So actually, basically, what I'm thinking as a strategy that this enemy would have be like to either frighten or charm creatures in order to gain advantage, or possess adversaries in order to become allies for Ghost to then have advantage for her sneak attacks and that kind of like gruesome abilities. Okay. Let's see, is there anything else I could add? Oh, let me think a bit. I'm thinking like, because I do want to like yeah, because I mentioned the incorporeal movement. So let me also do that. Fox ghost form only. Okay. I'll say here bonus actions. Actions. Box form. I think I can just simply copy. I'll just copy this text and just rewrite it afterwards, because it's basically the same idea. She can shape shift into a ghost. This time there's no like shifting requirement. As a bonus action, ghost plays shape shifts into a fox spirit. Morning fox swarm. If he moves, and if she moves on her turn, you can double her speed. As a bonus action. Oh yeah, aside from that, I also gonna mention cunning actions. So she gains the basically the dodge, dash, and disengage. Be done as bonus action. Okay. And I will also say actually she doesn't have access to actually let me just open the character sheet, because as an attack she's gonna use the what is the spell? The primal savagery. I'm just gonna have it here as a mention. Savageries at count as weapon finesse attacks. Yeah, I'm not gonna add the details. I'm gonna add the details after the fact. I just wanted to have it here noted. So let me see, is there anything else that I could add that would be interesting? Because I don't want to necessarily bloat it too much, because yeah, that bonus action thing with the from the Phantom Rogue where she can also do it range would be interesting. Maybe I could give her, to be fair, she could have like a ranged attack of some sort. Let's see, is there like a... actually, this one can work. As an action. Or false. I have to mention here benefits from sneak attack. Humanoid form only, while here spam savagery humanoid and fox form. Also, let's also have the mention here of sneak attack, just so I don't forget about it. Okay, but let me look at the ranger, if there's anything else would be interesting. There's like the AoE thing. I think visage is more than enough. Oh, I also want to mention here, while this session is active, Ghost plays he does not benefit from the Swarm of Wisp feature. So yeah, that's a thing. Legendary actions. I mean, the attack, movement, and attack could be a thing. Okay, I'm just looking to see if there's anything for the Swarm Keeper that'd be like an interesting idea. One second, at what action economy wise? Yeah, why not? Let's have Wisp Possession as also kind of a recharge 6. 3 actions. So she can also do that instead of doing the horrifying visage. I'm probably going to increase the healing and some of the stats in here, but overall I kind of like it. I go with the ghost like monster stats. She's kind of more focused around the idea that, you know, she's all about like creating herself like advantages, that kind of a stuff, and, you know, creating allies, you know, creating fear, all that kind of stuff. So that could be like an option. So yeah. And now finally, let's go back to Puffy's character. Now this one's gonna be a doozy because I have an idea what to start as an inspiration, considering that I went with the whole like plasmoid thing. Maybe an ooze. That would maybe work. Oops, I think I closed all the monster references. Let me reopen the bestiary. Filters. Remove the Fae. Ooze. I mean, yeah, there are a lot of oozes. Ooblex could be one. Because they're kind of mean. Like, especially like an elder Ooblex. That could be something. Yeah, we can probably do that as kind of like a starting point. Let me check her like her character sheet. Oh yeah, because this was like another one, like rather like roguish one. Let me think a bit about it. I might have like an idea. I think that may, because we're going with something more like let me, what was the plasmoid thingy? There we go, plasmoid. And let's look into rogue and not phantom. I want inquisitive. An eye for weakness. Maybe we can again, this would be like one of those like things where I don't think I can add too much to it, because inquisitive rogue is more about like learning overall, like what's the other creature about. But I might have an idea. Let's see. Elder Ooblex is clearly one. Ooh, plasmoid boss. Let me see. Oh, nothing too interesting. But instead of oozes, let me see. There's like a tag specifically for, because I'm looking for shapeshifters. Because that there could be something there that I have in mind. Brute, legendary images. Siege, shape changer. Let's see. There we go. So doppelganger. So you have like the read thoughts ability, but I think Elder Ooblex has something similar. Eat memories. You can see within 5 feet. The target must succeed. Okay. And become memory drained until it finishes a short or long rest, or until it benefits from the greater restoration. Creature on memory drain, the target must subtract. Before the number from below any ability checks. Beyond the first eye size increases. Okay. Maybe we can reflavor some of the like 8 memories thing into something different. Extreme specificity that assume appearance of one medium small creature. It sounds exactly like a creature it impersonates, though it smells faintly of sulfur. The steel macron is an extension of the Ublex, meaning that the Ublex occupies its space and the silicon rest space simultaneously. The feather is immune to damage, but it's if severe, if there is an opening at least one each. Okay. Yeah, I think this is a good. The Ublex clearly it's a good start from what I'm reading. Read thoughts. Maybe I'm gonna either use ambush or like surprise attack. That could be a good option. For the doppelganger. Yeah, this is a good start. I think we can go with this one. 1 second, let me just grab a drink. There we go. Oh, once again. Let me just make a copy. I'm gonna use the Elder Ublex stats, so armor class 16. That's kind of a baseline. 115 hit points, damn. Hit points is 10d12 plus 50. Plus 50. I might change that to a d8, but maybe increase it. 8, maybe. Speed, I'm gonna keep it at 30 feet for now. So, actually, let me look at Toffee's character. I'm gonna maybe do a mixture of these. 16, that's fine. That's high con. Let's go with an 18. Oops. Intelligence wise. Let's see, 35. Like 15. 16. Okay, let's go 18 again. 16 wisdom. 80. Yeah, let's go with 18 charisma. I'm gonna copy these because I think that's a lot closer. Let me just remove all of this. Overall, I like these. I think that's clearly. I'm gonna clearly keep them. I don't think I feel any need to remove any of them. Ambusher and surprise attack. Surprised. Okay. I think I'm gonna get the ambusher. Ambusher. Add in the at the start of it. Actually, at start of their turn. Well, Toffee has advantage on attack rolls against a creature. Any creature that is within 5 feet of the, I think I'm gonna call it Jello impersonation. Yeah, because I'm gonna call it like Jello impersonation, to be fair. But let me actually copy this one first. I'm gonna keep this. I'm gonna keep this, but I'm gonna go gelatin impersonation, caramel, coffee extrudes a piece of themselves. That assumes the appearance of one medium whose memories it has stolen, though it smells faintly of candy, as I mentioned before. The Ublex can impersonate 2d6 plus 1 different creatures, each one tethered to his body. It can extend, okay. Caramel. 5 feet of the gelatin impersonation. First, against any creature that are within 5 feet of a gelatin impersonation, amorphous, caramel, toffee can move through spaces and arrows. Takes fire damage. Attacks doesn't require sleep. I'm gonna keep those. I'll think of the multi-attack stuff, but make 2 pseudopod attacks. Let's go like this. Eat memories. Now, he targets one creature that can see within 5 feet of it. DC or take full 88. the okay. While memory drained, the target while memory drained, any attacks. While memory drains, the caramel toffee deals an additional d6. Yeah. Deals an additional d6. Bludgeoning and psychic damage. Each time the target the each time the target is memory drained, the additional the amount of dice in d6 by an additional d6 for each damage type. Up to let's say 20 up to 66 for each type. 6 for and up to an addition. This is bludgeoning and psychic. Yeah, basically the whole idea with the consume memories is that, you know, basically caramel toffee will increase their total damage. Okay. The effect ends. The creature is unconscious. Is unconscious. The creature actions or takes a short rest. Let me see, let me think. Would there be anything I would like to add? Oh, right. I remembered. With a creature within sweet aura. Yeah, I'm gonna actually add this. So click sweet aura. Creature within 10 feet of caramel toffee or gelatin impersonation must make a wisdom saving throw. DC on a fail. On a fail, they have a they have a -1d4 against all saving throws. Against all wisdom saving throws. Feature can beat the save at the end of its turn if they're outside the aura's effect range. Boom. It is outside the aura's effect range. Must make a wisdom saving throw. So yeah. Effect range. At the start of its turn, any creature within 10 feet of caramel toffee or a gelatin impersonation must make start of its turn. Okay. So we also added a small element that was about like the initial homebrew. I might also add the shape changer aspect. Yeah, why not? Actually no, because wasn't it called here? Yeah, shape self. I'm probably gonna shape self the Caramel Toffee can use its action to polymorph into a small or medium humanoid creature. It has seen or knows of, seen and or knows of. Or ban. Oh, let me just delete this. Wait, where was it? Or whose memories are stolen, or back to their other than size are the same in each form. Any equipment is wearing is in revert back. Yeah. Shape self. That kind of covers it. Blind side? Yeah, could work. Reaction, let's see. Reaction wise, I'm not sure if I could add anything as a reaction. Did I add anything for Ghost? As a reaction, actually? No. But then again, I don't feel like I could. There's anything I could add. Well, considering uncanny dodge. I could do that. Maybe actually here uncanny dodge could work. Because as I mentioned, I do want to keep some elements of the character stats, so uncanny dodge would work here, and I will keep that. While here, to make it a bit more interesting and diverse, I would actually add evasion. If you could technically negate full-on damage. As I mentioned, with these characters, I'm not necessarily looking for full-on balance. I'm looking for like interesting elements, interesting stuff to kind of explore with them. This one has wanted to do an interesting direction, kind of more like collecting information, that kind of an aspect, and all about, you know, and as much the more information it collects, the more deadly it becomes. So, oops, that's kind of a thing. So, yeah. To be honest, some of them are like interesting creatures that, you know, the ones that are here, like I'm gonna keep them after I modify them and make them more closer to the character creation, to the characters. I'm gonna leave them as is, but maybe I'll make like an actual legitimate versions of them, because some of them have some interesting possibilities, like interesting stats that could be like some legitimate cool monster stats for D&D. I might look into that, because that's actually kind of because I liked a bit where I went in the direction with Sandy Dragons, like kind of tactician battle master, kind of like type of creature. I also like with the undead commander, I kind of want this kind of double-sided, that he's kind of an undead buffer, but at the same time they can also you know, do some hurt for anything that is not undead. So a bit support-ish in that aspect. Ghost is full on about, like, you know, just gaining the upper hand and just hunting creatures down. While caramel toffee is more about, like, kind of manipulation, getting info, that kind of a thing, and making them and ambush them in moments where they least expect it. So yeah, that's interesting. And you know, overall that kind of covers it. Because to be fair, it's a bit late-ish. I don't necessarily want to push to more homebrews at this point in time. But to be fair, I've had a lot of fun with these. Never expected to actually, once I start jumping into doing some homebrew with them, that I will actually cover the time. Well, because it takes a bit for me to, like, homebrew some stuff, and I did want to write them down as I was doing it, just so I have them in mind. Because my plan after the stream, at some point, I'm not promising anytime soon, I'm gonna post all of this back and, like, fully done, like full on level 20 character sheets, maybe I think level 20 character sheets, or maybe higher, I'll think about it, or maybe lower, I'll think about it. And then, you know, with a full on, like, legitimate, like, monster stat for each of them. Now, when it comes to, you know, like, because they also, because I think Ghost suggested the idea of maybe also discussing what would their location be as dungeons and that kind of a thing. I mean, if you were to, like, quickly jump, I mean, Zenny Dragon would be some kind of, like, mercenary. It could be like a mercenary camp, that kind of thing. It might have, like, I would say in that situation be a bit more trap focused. More about, you know, they would have, like, into weird contraptions here and there in certain places for, you know, to trigger some traps, aside from being a camp where he and his group would be part of. You know, it could be something more, you know, like kind of like an abandoned house. Could be like even like an abandoned house. I would probably go with an abandoned house because too many of them would fit in the classic abandoned cave or mine or whatever the heck. So I don't know, maybe it could be like an abandoned, like, bandit camp manor or that kind of thing has been, like, taken over by them. And, you know, there are certain places with traps and alarms and that kind of things which triggers them. And, you know, once you get to the point where, you know, you face them, and they'll be, you know, assisted with some higher ranking, like, members of the group. And, you know, they'll make sure that, you know, not only he's gonna be, you know, basically use them kind of as kind of chess pieces on the battlefield, but, you know, with his maneuvers, he can, like, reposition them, you know, buff them, and at the same time, while he's around them, he also has more uses out of his own maneuvers and that kind of a thing, and he becomes more and more of a threat the more he's around his allies. So yeah, that's kind of one thing. With Undead Commander, I mean, he mentioned that he's kind of like more of in a bungalow kind of a thing on vacation, so very uncharacteristic to an undead creature. Would they probably be somewhere more like kind of, you know, vacation resort kind of thing, maybe a beach kind of somewhere a bit more sunny, that kind of a thing. And they're doing, like, their deals. Overall, they're kind of based around the idea that, you know, they would have some other allies, maybe both undead and otherwise, but, you know, they do some hurt to non-undead because of their, you know, necromantic nature. That's kind of what their deal has been, but they are able to kind of assist their, you know, allies, their undead allies, and at the same time bring hurt to any living creatures. but with some aspects here and there, maybe also still buff even living creatures, not necessarily boss are not just. But I kind of wanted to show that kind of duality, you know, with, you know, kind of basically his healing would be in this case necrotic damage, necrotic in effect, which would heal undead and damage living. If we're going with those kind of positive negative energies that older editions of D&D had. 5th edition doesn't really play too much with this, which is a bit of a shame, to be fair, but to be honest. But hey, we'll see how that kind of. I might be looking into it. I've done something similar with the actually with the Shadowfell, because in 3.5 there is something called the Shadow Touch and the Shadow Weave, where, you know, you have access to spells that are all about with channeling the Shadow Weave magic. They're more connected to necromancy, illusion, and some cases I think I've also like ruled it to be also enchanting magic, like enchantment magic. So at the enchantment school, just so they have a bit more options and they get some boons out of that, but they start having a few drawbacks from the other schools, because the biggest flaw with Shadow Weave magic, at the least in older edition, was that it didn't have the broad range and broad focus that the normal weave, the one created by Mishra, which, you know, allowed you, you know, conjuration, abjuration, you know, all those other effects, you know. So it, and also they are a bit of kind of like, I also kind of consider like a bit more like corrupting magic, because it also, once you are like connected to the Shadow Weave, you're no longer able to use any kind of like divine, like radiant magic, anything that has anything to do with light, no matter whatever spell school they are. Same thing with radiant. But you know, gain also the benefit that anything that was like Shadow Weave connected, like any artifact, any kind of thing like that, you were more proficient in using and had a higher chance of actually using them correctly, and maybe avoiding any kind of negative drawbacks that they would have offered if any normal Weave user would have utilized them. So, you know, it's an interesting mix with that one that depends a lot in, you know, how the DM interprets it and puts it into play in their campaign. And the same thing kind of goes with the, you know, negative positive magical effects with, you know, necrotic and radiant, you know, depending on death and between living and unliving in Dungeons and Dragons. If that is an important thing for the DM, they could put it into play as like an extra additional rule of some kind. That could work. Otherwise, I don't necessarily see why would they do anything else than that, but Then, if continuing with the whole like dungeon thing, if we were to like jump into Ghost, I mean, she's a kitsune, she's all about like protecting nature and, you know, embracing like nature's wrath, but she has some like spirit aspects. I would probably clearly like some kind of dark forest, something like that. I mean, I think like her streaming overlay and all that kind of stuff kind of shows it really well, and she could be in those kind of areas. Maybe she could have access here and there to maybe some undead like dryad spirits or like will-o-wisps, as I mentioned. So there could also be that theme. I would say you could also play into the aspect that maybe it's being a darker, like more kind of undead forest. You can play with elements of fog and low visibility to kind of play with the idea that, you know, Ghost as a monster stat benefits on doing, you know, attacks that are advantage to her. So, you know, to benefit from sneak attack and all that kind of thing. So, and the more she utilizes in that area, the more she has, you know, if the more environmental, you know, advantages she has, the better. Aside from that, of course, putting onto the field any kind of additional allies. Will-o-wisp could be something. Consider that I've put some elements of that on her monster stats. She could also end with the whole like swarm thing. She could basically have a few like actual like minions or like, you know, trash mobs if you're using like raiding terms, that kind of a thing. Of course, there could be some certain ruins here and there more connected to like nature, like druidic ruins and all that thing. And if you are talking about it, and also in this case, it can also be still connected with traps, but more like in the nature connected, like maybe plants that, you know, frighten or charm you. They could be like certain vines and things like that that can restrain you, all that kind of things. All of the elements that would probably play a lot more into the idea that Ghost as a monster would gain advantage, would have more benefits. Hi there, Pumpkin, how are you doing? Having enjoyed your Helldivers endeavors? Have you liberated a lot of planets? Yeah, overall I was just having like some finishing discussions with the characters that I've created, because with all of them I've created a character sheet, to be fair, a baseline character sheet for each of them, and then I went and homebrewed a bit of like some kind of interesting alternative like race that they could have instead of the ones existing, and I'm gonna homebrew them appropriately after the fact. And even that, I also, after I finished that, I also jumped and made them into actual monster stats, where I've kind of incorporated some elements of their character sheet and also utilized some existing monsters as kind of a template. So I'm also gonna make them into monster stats and show them a bit later as well with the rest of the stuff. I deliver democracy with certain success rate, but that won't. As long as you finish the main mission, if the casualties don't matter, at least. Although to be fair, some of them are like really rough. I can believe you with that. To be fair, the one that I hate the most is the civilian evacuation on bot with automatons. Anything that is difficulty 6 or higher, it's, I don't know, to me it's not impossible. I've never won any of those, like and I'm talking about the short missions, the 15-20 minutes, like civilian evacuations. The longer ones, those are doable. The shorter ones are fucking insane once you're like difficulty 6 or higher on automatons. On bugs it's doable, it's decent, it's easy, but on automatons I'm losing my fucking mind. So yeah, clankers, we don't respect them, so they can be, so don't call them by their proper names. Yeah, but clankers is more of a Star Wars slang. Is there like a Helldivers equivalent? We should probably create one, because clankers it's already taken, it's Star Wars. Let's make our own one. I'm trying to think of one, but it doesn't come to mind right now. Squeakers? That's could be squeakers. Maybe. I don't know. Too late in the day to kind of have those kind of creative thoughts. Even though I've just homebrewed like 4 monster stats that are like equivalent to like legendary creatures, because that's kind of what I wanted to go. Slightly homebrewed some playable races, and also created 5 characters. To be fair, the character creation stuff, that's, to me, it's easy peasy. I can go through them pretty quickly. It was more of a difficulty trying to figure out an idea when it came to like limited information with their characters. Also, yeah, me and my friend were doing suicide missions and almost everything included blitz. I'm not sure if I've done a blitz at suicide missions yet. I don't think. Weirdly enough, I don't think I've gotten one, because I usually just quick play if I don't play with friends. Only if I play with friends I do like actual operations. Otherwise I just jump into quick play if I'm solo. But yeah. Also, just to kind of finish my thought, with Caramel Toffee like being like the last one I haven't mentioned, like a dungeon thing. To be fair, in her case, she would be a wild card. Something like underground, underdark or underground related, yes, makes sense, because that's mostly where all of the oozes type monsters are. But I'm still playing around with the idea that she overall kind of still embodies a humanoid look, that it's not necessarily just a giant blob of ooze, so she can still easily like infiltrate in actual human society. So you could play with those kind of social aspects and have it more around like you know, in towns and city, especially like bustling big cities, big like castles, those kind of locations. Hi, I'm working on making a D&D campaign based on the Marvel universe, and it's suggesting how to power scale them. What do you mean by power scaling? You mean make them feel like they're actual heroes, like they have like a ton of powers and that kind of a thing? If you're talking about that, there is one easy option. Depending on their experience, bump them at higher level. Like start the campaign at a slightly higher level, so they have a few more tools available to them depending on whatever class they are playing. If you want to additionally bump them, a few options that you can do. You can play around on the idea that they can gain feats. Maybe you can utilize like the feat system and add a few more outside of just ability score improvement. That could be an option. Like look at some of the feat list and add, you know, depending on what each of them is, you know, give them a feat. Maybe as they start a campaign, they gain a feat, and maybe later on create like some kind of system or some kind of way where they can gain additional ones aside from just the simple they gain level 4, 8 or whatever for the ACIs. I mean, for example, Captain Marvel, she's a planetary level hero, but I need her to be physically able to lose a fight. Oh, so you wanna pitch them? Balancing is the term I think I was thinking of. Okay, so you mean like, okay, what? I wanna pitch like big Marvel superheroes against my party. Ooh, that's a rough one. I'm sure that there gotta be communities out there that might have homebrewed like character stats for them which feel within reasonable. That's like the first thing I would think of, like check to see if there are any communities that have done already the thing that you're trying to do, because it's a good starting point. Like even if you don't necessarily like the direction they are going with, it could be a foundation for you to then start modifying, because you can at the very least get an idea. Okay, so you know, a hero of this level should be kind of in this ballpark, so at the very least you have a frame of reference. If you don't have that or you cannot find it, let me think. That's a bit rough, to be fair. It's, I would say, some heavy interpretation. Maybe try a way I would probably attempt it is look at try to figure out like a theme. Let's say, I don't know, you said Captain Marvel. I don't know her skill set full on, but I feel like she has some spell-like abilities, spell-like heavy quotation. And I don't know, maybe find like a monster stat existing or otherwise that kind of is in that ballpark and add on to it, maybe change some things here and there, and maybe reflavor it in some ways, and you know, maybe change some spell list to fit more with the character, maybe make some custom ones. And when I say custom ones, I don't necessarily mean like think of a spell from scratch, just maybe do something existing and just slightly alter it. Maybe Fireball is not necessarily a ball of fire, it's something else, and maybe it doesn't necessarily require a deck save, it requires something additional, something instead of it, and that kind of a thing. I already know the story of the campaign. I'm just trying to figure out how to set up the NPCs and such. I know Hulk is gonna be a boss fight, and the party would need to calm him down without killing him or ruining the environment. With some heroes, yes, you can do that. Actually, yes, think of some of them as puzzles instead of actual fights. Iron Man, find ways to disable the suit. Like up until he has the suit, he's almost hard to defeat, like high AC, because he's a fully plated individual, like 20 AC. Think of something like that. You know, his fire blast could be anything like Eldritch Blast. Look at stuff like that the Artificer has, for example, as reference, because the Armorer is the closest thing you'll fight to Iron Man. Like, I'm giving you an example. Like, try to find frames of reference. That's the best starting point. And from there, like, adjust it and alter it. With heroes of galactic scale, yes, maybe turn them into a puzzle instead of actual fight. Because if they are, you know, too powerful to be defeated, maybe there's like some kind of MacGuffin or solution that would neutralize them instead. So keep them as powerful as normal, but encourage the party to find another way to beat them without the panchada. Yeah, that could be an option. Of course, I'm saying this with maybe some of the more powerful roster. Stuff that is more in the reasonable size or reasonable kind of aspect. I don't know, again, Marvel, let's say Kingpin. Kingpin, to be fair, it's a crime boss. He's a crime boss. He could be someone that you could fight. So, you know, just think of someone, look at human stats, maybe higher level human stats or monster stats that you can find, and try to alter them here and there and find stuff that feels appropriate. You know, again, look at wikis, like what exactly it's their ability sets, what exactly are their skill sets or feats of strength, and those could be points of inspiration. Kingpin is one of my league of big in one of my league of big bads, yes. So yeah, it's kind of a pick and choose. For the powerful ones, yes, to turn them into puzzles. For the more reasonable fights, you just find frames of reference, you alter them to fit better into the theme and into the concept, and start from there. You don't have to create it from scratch. That's the charm of the D&D and ttrpg in general. Just find what other people have done and copy it, because nobody's gonna know. They'll never know. How are they gonna know? That's nothing bad. As long as you're just doing it privately, there's nothing bad of trying to get stuff that other people have done. I've done it myself. I have some subclasses that I've created were based around subclasses that I found homebrewed in other websites, and then just altered them myself. And so many things of that kind of nature. Also, guys, I noticed you Pumpkin also made like a message. Anyway, the race I wanted to homebrew was mainly a plasmoid that can also change appearance. So basically a master of disguise. Although I would like to use him like, I would like you use him like that. So would it be smart to just tweak the plasmoid stat? To be fair, you could just tweak the plasmoid stuff. Pumpkin. Let's see. Because a thing you could do, maybe shape self could be, maybe you can rework it, and instead of being shape self, you can take the changeling shapeshift ability instead. The shape changer as an action, you can change your appearance and voice to the maybe remove the voice thing if you don't feel like it fits the plasmoid. You determine specific changes, coloration, that kind of a stuff. And you cannot duplicate. So, you know, if you still want to keep some of the aspects of the plasmoid, I would say just replace this feature with a changeling one as a shape changer, because it basically would fit in the description that you're given. And from my perspective as a DM, if we were to do like a complete feature swap between shape changer and shape self, that's totally fine to me. Like, I'm okay with it. Maybe, you know, talk with the DM if you still want to, you know, keep like the pseudopod ability and that more about mixing both abilities. I would say you could. I mean, if the DM doesn't necessarily consider it broken, I personally won't. Maybe I would do this caveat. Visually, you can completely change however, like as any creature you see, but just visually. The aspect about voice doesn't apply. You're just changing completely on a visual style, similar to disguise self, only that you're actually palpable. You can actually be you can actually touch the creature. You can make yourself appear as a member of any other race, though none of your statistics change. Yes, you can't duplicate an appearance. Yes, you also keep this caveat. Yes, and of course the aspect of your, again, maybe talk with the DM if you want to also maybe change the clothing, but probably not. It'd be maybe a bit too weird. And yeah, you're saying the new form until you use an action to revert it. Personally, I would be fine with it to replace this block of text with this one, and I would put the caveat that you can only change in appearance but not in voice, and still have access to the pseudopod. Maybe if you want to add balance, when you do a pseudopod attack, you revert back to a more humanoid plasmoid form. I mean, meaning that you lose the disguise. You are still like a humanoid form, but you're no longer the human aspect, you're more plasmoid looking. If you want to, you know, add some balance to it. And personally, I would be totally fine with it. As a DM, I would approve it. If we're talking about the what I've mentioned, I personally would approve it. Alright, so my League of Villains, or Master of Evils, if you will, are Mandarin, Kingpin, Doctor Doom, Mephisto, Apocalypse, Loki, and Ultron. And the fun part of my campaign is that the party chooses a power, a name, and a location. Their power will determine in which hero they are, replacing from the universe. For example, if one party chooses to have mutant abilities for laser eyes, they become Cyclops for that world. Aha, I see. Interesting. Yeah, that's kind of cool. And from what you've mentioned as the kind of masters of evil, like, you know, Mandarin and Doctor Doom, they're both look into any kind of caster's monster stat, especially like higher level, like the arch wizards, that kind of a thing, because both of them are like casters. Because I think, if I remember correctly, because I'm not talking about the fucking MCU lame ass Mandarin that they did in, I think, Iron Man 2 or 3, I forgot which one was it. That was really lame. I want the actual sorcerer like Mandarin. That he was a cool one. Yeah, I would say Ultron could be doable, would be a bit more of a puzzle, because it's more about the idea that you have to remove him from the net and not be able to upload himself back again somewhere else. Loki, yes, I would say Loki would be actually that would be one of the few combats, I would say, like few encounters I would say would be an encounter of cunning. You'll probably have to trick the trickster. You know, Apocalypse and Mephisto, probably in similar veins as I mentioned with other ones. I'm going based on Marvel Comics, not Marvel Cinematic. Okay. I kind of assumed. So yeah, if it's Marvel Comics, some characters get into ridiculous places. Because in some ways, MCUs to some aspect have been a bit more grounded here and there. But yeah, depending on the characters, make them grounded. You take them, you know, take inspirations. You know, if they're like sorcerer casters, that kind of thing, they have like, it's literally in their description that they have spells and abilities like that. Do that. Find caster stats as kind of a starting point and adjust them. Look at their, you know, abilities and traits in the actual comics and swap them around with because I'm pretty sure you can find similar spells that will do similar feats of strength or abilities. Or if not, maybe you can just create your own, alter them a bit, or from existing abilities, and just slightly alter them. And of course, with some of the more higher, more bigger bads, you can just think more puzzly. Ultron was like a good example. You know, yeah, the way I'm gonna have to beat Ultron is that we need to properly dismantle Ultron Prime. They take him down and all that, but other Ultrons fall too. Yeah, again, add elements that, you know, they could also be puzzle solving instead of just simply just reducing the HP number, because plus, you know, certain that way also combats become more memorable, because that's also another thing. Don't make it stale, don't be repetitive with it. Try something different whenever you're I'm not saying that every time it has to be different, but, you know, with certain special, you know, special encounters, especially with like big names, try to keep it somewhat different from the previous one in some way or another, or at the very least add a new thing or a different thing compared to the other one. Although I'm actually curious, did you choose to go with D&D when it came to, and just kept with the Marvel setting because all of you are familiar with D&D, or you didn't want to? Because I know for a fact there's like a Marvel ttrpg like system that you could try. I'm just curious. I'm not necessarily saying that you shouldn't do it. I'm just curious if there is like a reason why you kept yourself to using D&D for a Marvel setting. Loki's gonna have his fight where he is attacking their brains. I'm treating Loki more like if they were to fight Freddy Krueger. Interesting. Mephisto is gonna be the boss fight where a bunch of demons aid him. They have to beat Mephisto and defend Odin at the same time. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I like kind of where I like the kind of the idea where you kind of where you're going. As I mentioned, try to find frames of reference. You know, do a bit of research, both in the comics, both in the D&D, in the TTRPG sphere. Because I'm pretty sure you're not the only one that tried a Marvel setting within D&D, or like something superhero related. So you might find some useful tools that other people have already done, and you can utilize them or adapt them to your own preference. Of course, with certain boss fights, if they're a bit too high on the power scale, turn them into something different instead of just simply kill or reduce to 0 hit points. Because that makes it a bit more interesting, because it's also about the party kind of having to basically not be killed and at the same time trying to figure out the solution and how to exactly neutralize their opponent. Camping is going to be the simplest of them. Apocalypse relies on them making a whole thing, and Doctor Doom is going to be a cinch if they could snap Iron Man out of his whole Civil War bit. I see. Yeah, there is variety in what you've mentioned, so I like that. Having this kind of group of evil masterminds as kind of their main focus. My suggestion is, you know, start small. Like maybe the first encounter is gonna be Kingpin, just to see how everything goes, and you know, take some whatever lessons you take from that, you then apply to the next one that's gonna be maybe slightly more complex than the previous one, and so on. Maybe that's also a good way to do it. Of course, don't necessarily, you know, stomp on player agency. If it happens that they jump into a more difficult fight, it happens. Find ways to accommodate, I guess. As in, you never know. Well, the main focus is the Civil War solely alongside the X-Men vs. Brotherhood subplot. These big bads are being built up behind the scenes, I see. Okay. I understand it to some degree, because yes, I'm a Marvel fan, but I haven't been the biggest on the comic side of it. I don't have a lot of knowledge. But you know, I'm aware of the Civil War story, even to some extent, the comic one as well. But you know, there's no need to, you know, give me here like a ton of like exposition. Because what you've told me, what you've mentioned so far to me, it seems like you're going in a good direction. As I mentioned, if you're afraid to with the balancing, just find sources or people that have done the same things as you've done. That's kind of my advice, because now, you know, I can't give you like a true solution, like think of this, think of that, because I personally haven't done it myself. I've never like adapted a setting like a superhero setting into that kind of aspect. Another idea could be to actually inspire yourself from existing other TTRPG systems that you could probably adapt into D&D. As I mentioned, there is, from what I know, there is a Marvel TTRPG setting, so maybe if you have some glance at it, maybe you can use that as a frame of reference in how to create them in D&D. I'm not sure exactly what system they use. I think actually, let me check. I think it was on Demiplane where I saw it. Let me see. Nexus, and I don't know, not 5e Nexus. Let's see. Yeah, Marvel Multiverse RPG. Does it mention what it does, what it uses? Although in this case here, I think you are the actual hero. You're not like a character, I think. I don't know for sure. Marvel Multiverse. Let me just. I just want to figure out what dice system it uses. Oh, it's a D6 dice pool. Okay, system. Maybe a bit wonky to adapt. I don't know. Could be. The story is basically that Kingpin has used his crime circle to stir up the pot for the Civil War to take effect. Once that's in place, Loki and Mephisto take over Asgard or send Odin to the hell with Mephisto. Dr. Doom and Kingpin are using the Civil War itself to make a direct attack. Meanwhile, Magneto is trying to eliminate a potential cure for the mutant X gene, and the X-Men are defending it. Then Magneto goes to Genosha to make Sentinel with an opposite programming where it targets to terminate humans instead of mutants. Okay. Yeah, what I've reading so far, you've thought of some interesting details, and I kind of like where you're going with it. I do enjoy it. So yeah, that's kind of cool. Yeah, kind of aside of that, the issue is I'm having to figure out where Thanos and Galactus fit in all this. Ooh, man, I'm just here basically. Rimu bro comes up with the whole plot line. Hey man, look, to be fair, for any struggling game master out there that needs a place to vent about their story because they can't do it to their player group or have anybody else that would understand to do it, this is the place. If you want to vent about whatever you're creating, this is the place. Because believe me, I know that issue. Most of the people that know outside of, you know, most of my IRL friends that would understand D&D or like ttrpg in general are the ones that I'm usually playing with. So talking with them about it is basically giving them spoilers, and I can't do that. So yeah, I would have gone. So yeah, having this as a platform for you to just vent to your hyperfixations and just talk about whatever you're working on that you really enjoy and you really want to do it. Yeah. Any ideas for Galactus, or maybe he and Thanos at war with the Guardians? They're stuck in the middle. Well, Thanos, in my way of thinking, even though Thanos on its own, from what I've known, from what I've heard from the comic stuff, he on his own is an insane combatant. But maybe you can make it a kind of like a more of a, with Thanos, you could make it maybe more of a goose chase kind of a thing, more kind of like a heist, let's call it. Where, you know, it's more about the, because I'm guessing if you're putting Thanos into play, you're also putting the Infinity Gauntlet and the Infinity Stones. So maybe make it more of a heist kind of a thing where you get rid of the Infinity Stones or remove it from him. And I don't know, I would play the idea that Thanos would think too much, would think he's above the party, and he would not necessarily go directly with them, and maybe he would just utilize the stones into somehow hindering them. And basically the encounter with Thanos would be about to removing the gauntlet, so that's when he gets personal. And without the gauntlet, let's say it's somewhat doable as an actual encounter once they remove the gauntlet. But while Thanos has the gauntlet, he's very arrogant about the fight, and he could basically snap him in half, but he's not doing it. He just plays with the party. While Galactus, from what I know, Galactus is a really weird one when it comes to, because he's kind of godly level, to be fair. From what I know, there's like one item, because to be fair, this is where I'm pulling out my death battle knowledge with Galactus, because I saw the death battle between Galactus and Unicron. I know there's like a weapon that would technically neutralize Galactus, that Reed Richard, like the Elastic Man, has it. So maybe that's a thing. Maybe have a plot line where you have to collect that item and neutralize him and find the right opportunity. So it's not a fight in the normal sense of the word. It's more maybe kind of a challenge encounter where they have to make sure that they get into the right position to neutralize him, or get the right opportunity to neutralize him in the encounter. That's kind of, yeah, the ultimate nullifier. Yes, basically that one could be like more of a challenge fight where, you know, you do like saving throws, a lot of skill checks, and it's not necessarily about fighting or dealing damage. It's more about putting somebody who in the party who has the item, has the nullifier in hand, in the best position possible to actually do it. Because Galactus is an intelligent foe, and he could play around it. and he could avoid it. So that's kind of what I would think about it. Maybe make it more kind of like a tactical, strategic, and maybe play some more like challenging roles and that kind of a thing. With Thanos, yes, Def and, as you mentioned, Def and Deadpool could probably be a part of it, especially with their kind of whole like rivalry. With their whole rivalry, it could be that Def sends them there and offers them some kind of a boon to make sure that they can deal with Thanos. But again, the Gauntlets is the whole thing. Maybe until the actual fight with Thanos, you have some kind of heist or some kind of, you know, yes, kind of a heist type like mini arc where you're basically running to get the Infinity Stones, and depending on that outcome, then it determines what happens with Thanos. If Thanos manages to get all the stones and gets the Gauntlet fully, you know, active, fully at full power, then yeah, maybe you have more of a combat where, you know, Thanos sees himself above the party and he just plays around with you, so it gives you opportunities to maybe remove the Gauntlet for him, because that would be the solution there, like removing the Gauntlet, and to basically at that point on make the fight possible. It's doable, even though I know in comics Thanos without the Gauntlet, it's still a menace, he's still insane, but that could be an option. The other thing I want to do it with Deadpool and Star Wars standing side by side, similar to how Deadpool and Deathstroke did in Death Battle. Yeah, that could be a neat thing. Oh yeah, it's great. I love the vibe you make, but it's funny how differently serious people can take these things. Yes. To be fair, I've had those kind of discussions when it comes to ttrpgs and actual like campaigns and how I'm running a campaign. I've actually had like a discussion with one of my players, because we had this kind of argument of, because there is this whole thing like rules that apply to a DM should also apply to the player or vice versa. But I was trying to somehow explain him, yes, that is true, like whatever ruling I'm applying to you should also apply to me, but there are certain things that I'm doing, certain rules, certain abilities, certain creatures that do not follow the action economy, do not follow the rulings that the player do, because it's all about, you know, first and foremost, action economy is king in D&D. It's not about who has the best abilities or who does the most damage. No, it's about who has the most turns in a fight. So stuff like legendary actions is a need to be able to interact in between turns. Having other ways to kind of counter or go against the party and become this kind of, sometimes be a foil for the party, or count or have abilities that nullify their own in some ways here and there is a necessity. Of course, it shouldn't be the norm. Like, you shouldn't constantly do that, like constantly counter the party, constantly be like, I'm, you know, this monster stat is countering the paladin 100%, this one is countering the bard or whatever the hell. But, you know, from time to time, you know, have that twist, have that thing of, yo, this dude is really good against you, so you have to rethink your strategy, and at the same time your party, the rest of your party will have their more of their moments to shine. But at the same time, I'm also going to give you the opportunity in other encounters to have that moment to shine, where maybe somebody else won't necessarily perform as well against that enemy. I wasn't concerned with the fights between Thanos. I was concerned about what they were doing. Maybe Galactus is searching for Asgard because Thor took something for him. To be fair, Thanos is an easier one. I mean, Thanos, you can do two options. You can go the MCU route, which makes Thanos's goal a bit more like grounded, about, you know, calling the overall populace in for the pure purpose of, you know, preserving resources and having access. So basically the surviving people have access to more resources. Or of course you can play the comic Thanos, that he's all about getting in Death's pants, and, you know, just murder for the sake of murder and attracting death. So that could be a thing again. And to do that, I'm not sure exactly if you're utilizing existing plot lines or existing timelines, or you're doing your own. You could do maybe the Infinity Stones at the time they're not in Thanos' possession, so That's his first motive, getting the stones wherever they might be scattered, because I'm guessing in this situation they would be scattered, so that would be the thing for Thanos to then start his murder spree. Galactus, I mean, Galactus has his simple plot. He's always ever hungering. You could set like a big goal. Yes, he could target something big like Asgard or Earth or some point of interest that would trigger also the party's interest, and maybe at the same time multiple factions. Thanos is doing that, yes, but he's doing it to impress Lady Deaths like from the comics. Galactus is the bigger question for me. I'm taking inspiration from these timelines and adding my own twist. Yes. Okay, I mean, Galactus, from what I know, he's an ever-hungering like entity. He always wants to consume. Maybe there could be something about... I'm not sure if this is an aspect of the character, but maybe he could be looking into something that could like more permanently satiate Galactus's hunger, or at the very least minimize it in a impactful manner. So maybe that could, certain locations could be a target that, I don't know, you could somehow add something there that would offer that solution for Galactus. Like maybe Asgard has something about it. Consuming Asgard somehow would satiate Galactus, because I don't know, there's something within Asgard that Galactus wants, and he just takes the easy route by simply, I'm getting what I want by just consuming the entire place, because I'm still gonna have it by consuming it. Or, you know, just the simple plot of being him being ever hungering, just he targets a point of interest simply out of pure chance, because sometimes that's how Galactus works. He appears, he wants to eat something, the heroes step in and stop it, basically just put a pause on his efforts to then join, to come back and do the same thing at a later date. To have like a permanent solution, from what I know, I'm not sure if there is even in the comics. Oh, in Ultimate Alliance 1, Galactus will kind of click a boss fight because the heroes needed something from him. Maybe delve deeper into that, because Raven Software hinted at the sequel having Galactus being the big bad. That could be another thing. Maybe Galactus, there is something Galactus currently possesses that your party or some party of interest, or some faction might be interested in obtaining. So maybe in this case it's not Galactus coming to you, it's more about you getting to Galactus. And you know, I don't know, and maybe at that point it can cascade into multiple things. Maybe you do a deal with Galactus, which however it goes in your favor or not, because who knows, maybe the deal is a bit twisted, and at the end of it you wake up with Galactus at your doorstep about to eat the planet. Maybe you just infiltrate and get whatever you want from Galactus, full on confront him, you know. From that point on, you just choose, you know, options of confrontation that maybe the party or the factions would be interested, or what would you consider to be more reasonable? Because maybe, you know, directly confronting Galactus would never be a solution. Like, it's something that you could do, but it would never have the outcome you want. So yeah, that's also something that you could do. You dare still... Now you'll pay with your whole planet. Yep, that's gonna be it. You took something from Galactus. Galactus is pissed. He's now coming at your door, about to have to fulfill his munchies. So yeah, that's something that could happen. Yeah, so basically that's also a solution with, I'm not just saying with the Galactus and Thanos, but you know, something that you can also flip the script. If it's not necessarily about the foe getting to the party or to the heroes, maybe it's about the heroes getting to the foe, and depending on what happens there, then maybe the foe retaliates. If that's also a solution, maybe both the foe and the ally have an object of interest that you know they both desire, and it's at other locations, so that confrontation, that conflict might trigger some kind of retaliation later down the line. That can also be an option. I'm actually saying that Reed Richards stole it so that the party would have their hands clean and clean up the mess of someone else's, since that the majority of the campaign is the party cleaning up other people's. Yep, that can work. Of course, when I'm talking about the solutions of what I mentioned about, you know, the heroes getting to the foe and then the foe retaliating, I'm not necessarily mentioning it doesn't have to be the party all the time. As you mentioned, it could be an NPC that could trigger the events, and then the party has to deal with the repercussions because, yay, we are heroes, we have to clean the mess. I'm just saying how you should think on the solution. It doesn't necessarily have to be the party put into that equation. It could be the party, it could not be the party. It could be another faction, NPC faction connected to the party, or that has connections with the party. Or it could not be. It may not even be. It be just simply, you know, somebody did something really bad, and now everybody's suffering for it, and the parties will be like, well, we gotta fix it, and at the same time, we gotta get to the bottom of who the hell have made this mess, so that they don't do it again. Basically, that's another thing. Yeah, many ways to do it, I guess. And yeah, as you mentioned, there, look into also other IPs that might have covered, you know, superhero stories. Could be, you know, Marvel stuff, could be other stuff, whatever you prefer. And look into how they've, you know, approached certain storylines. If they had like certain twists, they've interpreted other things differently than what's the usual norm, and take inspiration from that. The catalyst of the Civil War is gonna be left the same from the comics. The Thunderbolts are doing the regular thing. The Namorita went to detain Nitro, but Nitro explodes, killing 900 people and injuring 60 more. You're getting into some comic lore that is beyond me. Like, I know vaguely, I think I've heard of the Thunderbolts, that's it, but from that point on, you just fucking lost me. I'm a Marvel fan, but I'm not that in the know of the comics. I've been more about the animated series. That's kind of my knowledge. The animated series and early MCU stuff up until like end of was it Phase 4? End of Endgame, basically. And maybe slightly post Endgame, because I still watch the Spider-Man stuff because I like Spider-Man. It's one of my favorite heroes in the MCU, and I'm one of the people that appreciated how MCU have approached Spider-Man. I'm not shaming, you know, Andrew Garfield. I'm not shaming sorry, not Andrew Garfield, Tobey Maguire. I'm not shaming the trilogy. The trilogy was a front runner. They were like the ones that kind of started the superhero movie movement. So, you know, I have appreciation for that. But me on a personal level, I appreciated more of the how they did on the MCU aspect, because I don't know, I liked more of the kind of teen, younger Spider-Man kind of plot lines. But yeah, okay, lol, basically 900 people die, and the governor says these people need to expose themselves so we can hold them accountable for their actions. Okay, I understand, I see. That also can be a thing. Yeah, oh boy, I think we went to a big Marvel rant. I mean, is there anything that like you still want like have some like discussion, talk about? I'm open to it. I'm just also mentioning because, you know, I'm looking also at the time frame, and depending on how things going, I might end it soon-ish. You know, I'm just being forward with you. I don't necessarily give you hope that I'm gonna stay here, you know, forever. But I'm open to, you know, offer my advice and my perspective. Oh, no, because to be fair, I was about to end it because I wasn't, as I've said, the thing that I was doing for the stream, again, thank you so much for the follow, I appreciate it. I hope you've enjoyed the discussion, and I'm open to having more. And as I mentioned, this stream was about me showing some appreciation to the VTuber community by making them into some characters, as well as I've homebrewed a few races here and there for them, as well as actually making them into monster stats. So I was actually at the end of it. I've created them into monster stats, and I was like 20-30 minutes before my initial plan of ending it. when I say initial plan, that's like my minimum amount of time that I had scheduled for the stream. So me getting into this discussion had nothing, there was nothing bad about it. That was already bad. I already did what I planned to do. I was just actually looking for ways to extend it. So your conversation offered me that, so I appreciate it. Again, I have nothing, I'm not against, and I actually love having this kind of discussions, having this kind of, and you know, either between me and you or somebody else within the chat, that, you know, everybody is open to join and offer their perspective. Yes, I am the first one that you jump into asking questions, because I'm the streamer guy here that, you know, with a voice that sees your chat message and can respond immediately. But you know, anybody else in the chat that sees the message and wants to contribute, they can contribute. That's also something I'm open to do, open for you all to do. I want my ttrpg streams, the ones that are focused on ttrpgs, even if the system itself is not within the topic, to be a platform for you to have these discussions. Because as I mentioned, having places for you to vent and talk about what you're working, even just because you just want to mention like the cool stuff that you're doing, not necessarily because you want advice, this should be an open space for you to do that. Because I understand the struggles and the frustration that of having to do shit and not having somebody that understands to talk with, because the people that might understand should not be the people that to know that information at the very least in that moment. But yeah. But anyhow, I think overall this is I lost connection to my stream deck. Okay, weird. I have to check the app afterwards, but I think that it's probably a good ending point. If nobody else wants to have like some kind of quick chime in with in the chat, that's totally fine. Let's see. So now that we finished with the all of the discussion, as I mentioned, with all of the stuff that I've done, I'm gonna later on I'm gonna do my best to have them like properly done. I'm probably gonna make the character sheets at higher level, so everybody, I'm planning to do them to be like level 20 character sheets for everybody that participated into this like VTuber character creation thing, and as well as having a full-on well-written homebrew race and homebrew monster stat for the race and monster stats that I've created, and I'm gonna post them on socials under the comments that people submitted. So, you know, for anybody that missed my homebrewing process of creating monster stats of certain VTubers and that kind of stuff, you're gonna see the full finished refined stats later, either this week or next one. Because to be fair, I never wanted to fully finish them or fully refine them now. I just wanted to write up the general ideas. So yeah. Anyhow, thank you all for who've been here, who participated, chatted, lurked, all of that kind of thing. I appreciate your support. It's been a wonderful. To be fair, I'm not the type to look at. I'm started to ignore looking at the viewership, even though I'm pushing to get the average viewership of free viewers to get my affiliated approval. But I've seen that this stream has actually performed really well on viewership, because I just opened my recently opened my Twitch page on with the stream, and so like decent viewership, which is a, you know, a pleasant surprise. I really appreciate you all being here and listening to me, you know, do nerd out about TTRPGs and, you know, talk about people that I've met and that are really cool. So yeah, I think as I mentioned, that kind of covers it. Tomorrow I'm gonna do my indie stream coverage of I'm gonna continue my Dark Deity playthrough, and then on Sunday I'm gonna do the special indie stream where I'm gonna play some itch.io games. I haven't yet made the selection of which games from that itch bundle I'm gonna play, because I want to play a few more than one, so I have to look to see if I can find any like short ones. That stream is also gonna be a bit longer, kind of around the same time frame as this one, like 6 hour-ish minimum. But I'll see what I can do. But yeah, thank you all for being here. I really appreciate it. So now, before I end it, as per usual, I also like to raid into somebody, because, you know, I do want to show some love and support to other people that I've, you know, been a part of. Actually, I think I'm gonna jump into somebody new that I haven't done before, but it's also they also do like some ttrpg themed content, not necessarily. Okay, so I do want to jump into Lady Redream's stream. I think she has currently a subathon from what I've seen on the socials. That is a League subathon theme, but overall she's not like a D&D theme content, mostly like role plays, that kind of a thing. But she also has like, I think, discussions from time to time here and there, and I want to show support to other like content creators that do in this space. So yeah, I'm gonna jump into that for a raid. Although right now she is currently playing League of Legends, but hey, maybe have a break, you know, from all this TRPG discussions with some rage-inducing League. Why not? Let's see if can she. Yep, I can raid on her side of things. So once again, for anybody actually new here, this is the general like raid message that I usually send. So that's usually my thing. Again, thank you all for being here. I appreciate it. You've been amazing. I'm gonna see you tomorrow with my indie stream, and you know, have a good rest of your Friday or Saturday or whatever time zone you're in. You're all amazing. Don't forget that. See you on the flip side.